find out how much money Grand Theft Auto 6 is gonna $50 or $20. Let's find out. We're fucked. Daryl and Oates, it's a famous band of two brothers. The licensing fee on this song alone is gonna bump up the price to 70 minimum. 60 is already out of the equation.
Lucia.
Oh no, she's in this. That's a famous actor. She's from, look at the hair physics. We're fucked.
Do you know why you're here?
I'm here to tell the people how much Grand Theft Auto 6 is gonna cost, and you can't stop me. Fuck! $200 minimum. We are fucked. Zoom in on that plane. That might be a clue. $69 confirmed. We're back in business, everybody. We're dead. We're broke. That's more birds on screen than Warhammer. We are done, son. We are gonna need $40,000 to buy this game, son.
We need money.
What the fuck? You can't be doing games that look like this. Think of me money, Rockstar Games. Look how many animations you got going off in the shot. The ladies, the dog joggers, these people are having a beach blast. This dude is spraying a big ass. The sunbathers all have unique poses. There's 2 planes and 3 helicopters in this shot. We're gonna need more money to buy this game, Arthur. If we take all the money on screen in this shot, still not gonna be enough to buy the game. Now, I've played GTA 5 more than 5 times. That's a great game. But I gotta say that none of the stuff from the GTA 5 trailer is in the game at all. The NPCs don't interact with each other like this. Or maybe they do, and you just don't notice because you're in the car the whole game. Rockstar has gone on record saying they spent $50 million on the butt physics alone for this game. The bigger the butts, the bigger the bucks you gotta pay to play the game. Take it back. Why are they doing this to us? The Black Man's secret handshake, that's 12 mil alone just for the info on how to perform that. Look at the stupid ass realistic lighting on his little shirt creases.
We'll need more money.
That's stupid. Every person in every shot is doing something different. This is fake. This is staged. We're only going to be paying $6 for this game. Thank you, Rockstar. The hair. Don't look at the boobies. The hair is where the money is. Boobies have been mastered since PS1. That hair is not fair. We are paying $600 for this game because it's the 6th one, but not really, though. Nice! Vice City, I already got that game. It's free. Croc is in this, and it's the remastered graphics, too. That's bumping us to $650. Oh, no. $700. $750.
The only way we're gonna get through this
is money offer. This shot is moronic. This shot cannot be achieved. What console are you releasing this game on? PS10? Even the strongest computer in the world cannot render this shot in real time at this frame rate. Every single stupid bottle is individually lit. I don't know anything about computers or technology. I just know what video games look like, and they don't look like this. We are paying $7,777 for the honor of playing this game.
We are going to need some money.
Just go get me my checks.
The game is entirely customized to your real life name. We are fucked. He's just saving up for GTA 6. Sicko shot dudes in the truck. Construction workers working on the road. The birds are getting spooked off by a plane. What is this? Everybody take a loan tonight.
We are gonna borrow a little money.
Now with this part, what are we doing or saying where this can be real? No. Pay attention to the cat. Huh? Now look at the lady. Kind of rotate her body to squeeze past him. Huh? Look at the beer moving around in the bottle. We are not paying anything less than $22,000 to play this game. Now if you can't afford that, look. You can always go outside. The graphics are almost as good.
What's your name?
I thought you knew my name, Games.
If you can afford it, you can just go outside. The graphics are almost too good. Damn. Damn. Really?
got your name, address, they got everything.
Yeah, I mean, Rockstar's gonna have your name and address. You're gonna be paying this game off in monthly installments for 5 to 7 years. But look at how good the lighting is in the cutscenes. Just so beautifully composed with every shot. Yes, this game is gonna cost $130,000 before tax. But think about how much money this game cost them. Okay? The people who funded this game are sitting there right now like,
We need that money.
the bad news is that this game is too fancy for anybody to afford. But the good news is that it's probably never gonna come out anyway.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to my cozy stream. Cozy? You see, it's cozy. Look. Wow, I could be anywhere right now. It needs 100 square feet? 120 square feet? That's a good number of square feet. That's all the square feet a person needs to live. It's a little bigger than the pod. But you know, it could get smaller. They could deliver bugs. It sounds pretty good. Unfortunately, in the pod, we only have Wi-Fi, so it's a little slower. So hopefully we don't have any stream issues. TinyGraph doing pretty good. We can get into that. But what we're going to do today is rectified flow. So apparently we can generate massive rectified flow. ImageNet is the new MNIST. Wow, that's pretty. What's my opinion on Java today? Should we use Java in today's stream? Should we use Java, guys? Should we have a poll for that? 07. But first we have some work to do, so I hope you're all interested in joining me for some work. And we are going to go subscriber only because the chat is extra stupid when it's not subscribers. Subscribers are just better people. I mean, you really have to ask yourself, why am I not a subscriber? I want each person right now to search inside their heart and ask why they're not a subscriber. That might be a question you've never asked before. You might think, oh, that's a self-serving question, George. You're just as motivated reasoning. You're only asking this because you want to make money off your Twitch stream. And that's not even really true. I mean, I like making money off my Twitch stream, but that's not why I'm asking you that. I'm trying to talk about the essence of person. And is the essence of a subscriber different from the essence of a non-subscriber? And I think it is. I've heard before that I'm a non-joiner. I don't know what that means, but you can kind of understand what it means. And maybe it's because I don't want to search deep inside my soul. Oh, also, there's a George Hotz podcast. I did a podcast. Why is it difficult to search for? And that's on Twitter, so we can't click that one. Alright, well, I'll show you guys X cancel. If you don't know X cancel, we don't have Twitter on this computer. Yeah, so, here we go, this podcast.
This is Endgame. I'm Amanda Casa. This episode is with George Hotz.
Bro, I live here. This is a nice place, holy.
Best known.
And you guys can watch it, and I'll post a link in chat. I think my critique of intellectual property was good, but my critique of finance went a little bit too far, but it's really just because I love to trigger crypto.
Bro, the only thing I need is like internet, close proximity to school, and quiet. Quiet is optional. It's a bed of damn.
go, bros. No, the tokens have value. No, they don't. No, they don't. Come on. You're not really going to tell me that rare pepes, that by trading rare pepes, I am helping with the price discovery of rare pepes and doing a valuable service for the economy. Oh, in today's controversy, if you guys haven't heard the new Kanye song.
Damn, that's a good location as well. Holy shit. I don't know which was 1 and... seven. This is 1. Wait, I misread? Oh, it's 5. Holy, the positioning on this are insane. This is the school. This positioning is insane. Holy shit. For 5k, oh my god. Sex fem. 9. 6. Why is the music always stopping?
So
This is my cousin Ludwig, Subaru Sam.
you know, they play right into his hands. It's banned. It's kind of hard to find. It's banned off Spotify. It's too controversial for Spotify. Oh my god, he worships a 75-year-old man. A man who died 75 years ago. Too controversial for Spotify. Alright, wait, I'm clipping the mic. I think we might want to lower this a little. Yeah, no, it's got a catchy hook. It's got a hot beat and a catchy hook. So you gotta. I'm not even gonna make some claim about separating the artist from the message. All I'm gonna say is I'll take Kanye any day over the censors, over the people who censor shit. Now, to be fair, if it's not actually censored and it's just Kanye looking for attention, then I take back what I said. And the censors are, well, I don't like censors, but they didn't exist anyway, and they're just in Kanye's head, which is possible. But I also could see these songs actually just being censored by Spotify. And oh my god, like it's the current year. You're gonna try to censor stuff? No, someone might listen to this song and get ideas. They're actually pretty stupid ideas, but like it's still funny. It's just that's in today's controversy, so we're gonna talk about that. So yeah, if you want to check out this this podcast. Yeah, subscribe for the interviewer. Ooh, working so hard to keep George on the cognitive thread. Yeah, I know. Asking someone where they are on the spectrum. All right, cool. Wow, I just got that Kanye hook in my head. Oh man, can't even say it. It's controversial on both fronts. It's 3 words. I don't know. You can pack so much controversy in 3 words. Yeah, I remember when Rage Against the Machine told me to get a vaccine. Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm not even saying I'm against the vaccine, but like you're the machine. You know, Dark Knight, die and be a hero. Or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Oh yes, we got to work. We're all doing work right now. We got to update the website. So, wow, I really just got that hook in my head. You know, it's so catchy. All right, so this is a Tiny Box Green V2, and we need to update the website because it's not coming soon anymore. Tiny Box Green V2. Sign up for the mailing list. Keep a link to the mailing list. Be notified when Tiny Box Green V2 is in stock. No, I'm not going to say that for updates on products and stock. Inventory. Is that good? What's going to get you to click this link? Okay? I prefer the call to action to be at the end. Gotta think about that. By the way, we're hiring someone. If you want to come work at Tiny Corp and you can't, like, you don't have like god tier programming abilities, you can actually get a job here in person, San Diego. I want you to do sales, support, and supply chain. Okay, so you're doing S's, okay, all the S related tasks. If you're in, be in San Diego. It's very good. It fits with the S theme, but you know, the job's open to anybody who can do the job, of course, because discrimination is for idiots. Okay, so you guys gonna click this call to action, sign up for the mailing list. Push that. Okay, my work's done for today. Good work, guys. Good work. Let's go min RF. Min implementation of scalable rectable flow transformers. Alright, so we should be able to write a diffusion model, which makes MNIST out of noise. I've never written a diffusion model before. I actually don't know how to do this. So we are all going to learn together. I trust the author, sure.
10? Oh no.
Kommer til kjøkken, spiseplasser, alle rom.
Start a new file called minrf.py, and let's start implementing this in TinyGraph. Got ChatGPT to help. Let's read the README. I've taken the SD3 approach of training along with Llama. Oh my god, it's gonna be loud. Hopefully I'll actually turn off, but it doesn't really listen.
What? It's during the summer.
You guys ever see Channel 5 News, the Philadelphia Streets one? Yeah, I want a bitch who listens. I like eating lamb. I'm a lamb type guy. You know, that guy's famous. He's not in jail. But, I mean, he did deal fentanyl to people, so maybe he should be in jail. I don't know. That's a question for democracy. Democracy. There's dem besides. Alright. Scaling, rectified flow, transformers, high resolution image synthesis. Okay. Diffusion models create data from noise by inverting the forward pass of data toward noise and have employed. Now it's cold. Wow, I don't even know which of the 3 words is the most controversial. What would get me kicked off Twitch? You know, you just got it in your head, you know? Guys, don't do censorship. Censorship's for losers who can't handle reality, just like drugs. But a large cold brew is definitely not drugs. Definitely not drugs. Nope. I slept all day yesterday, though. I just had a sleeping day yesterday. No, I did some work in the morning, and then I slept. Just like kind of lounged around, watched some YouTube videos. Got into roller coaster YouTube. I think we're gonna need glasses for this stream. Seems like a glasses stream. Yeah, we found glasses. Right. Oh, and it's up to 9:37 right now. We got folks. We got things to do. Not paid streams, but just the AED and stuff, you know. Let's just look at how I look with my glasses on that. Do I look like I'm ready to work? Yeah, 9:37 too. I bought this Aranet. Oh, hi. Normally it's like 500 in here. I got like logs on my phone and stuff. It's pretty good. Rectified flow. Okay, what is rectified flow? I was also talking with ChatGPT about people's MP last night. I'm trying to understand. There's a great paper called Natural Proofs. That basically talks about like this whole class of proofs will never show P doesn't equal NP, assuming there are. And this is where the assumption gets a little bit weird because it assumes that there are invertible functions with respect to x time, and this is what I was like trying to understand, but it was a little confusing. Like invertible functions with respect to p time, I could totally buy, but I don't even really understand. Like I don't have intuition for what it means for that. All right, so this looks like it means something outside of. Did anyone use Stable Diffusion 3? Why have I not heard much of it? I know TinyGrad supports 2 and XL. Oh, well, the model's not broadly available. Oh, do they not share it? In collaboration with AMD. Wait, that's what they chose? That's what they chose? A photo... yeah, that's not a photorealistic picture of a tiger. I got some questions. Yeah, that's definitely not a photorealistic picture of a tiger. What? Oh, SC3 is basically a bad training run. Yeah, well, I mean, like, clearly it doesn't listen to the prompt, so. What? Wow. Yeah, I don't even know what rectified flow is. I mean, I'm trying to get ChatGPT to tell me, but... Alright, so this is the best tutorial site about this? Cool.
Bro's a fucking gamer, holy.
Minimal mathematics, perfect. Okay, vectors, okay, yeah, fine, noob. Oh, alright, we're into differential equations here. Okay. The classic approach learns a stochastic differential equation that adds noise, that numerically inverts a curved denoising trajectory. Okay, so is this like how SD1 worked? Because I implemented SD1. So create a Gaussian, predict velocity at time 0. Okay. Seems reasonable. Different sampler, but same objective. Okay. Example. Simple vector field. Yeah, okay. What's a vector field? Like that? Like just like an array of vectors? I kind of understand like the idea of like a velocity tensor. That makes a lot of sense to me. Alright, this is like the same as like a gradient. Wow, you guys can make fun of me. Like, I'm sure there's actually a lot of people in chat who like more math than I do. I was never very good at like continuous math or calculus. I took multivariable calculus my junior year of high school, and I just thought it was stupid. Like, we're learning like Green's theorem and like line integrals, and I was like, this is so useless.
Is it useless? I don't know. Is it annoying? Yes.
You know, I definitely understand the idea of like each point has a velocity. It's like a gradient. But I guess it's two-dimensional. The gradient's one-dimensional, right? Because if you have two numbers at each, and let's say it has two numbers at each coordinate. Okay, so stable diffusion 1. Classic DDPM score matching objective. Two numbers at each, and let's say.
At least it's being honest. I like that.
But I guess it's two-dimensional. The gradient's one-dimensional.
What does that mean? Vector field and a gradient is both three-dimensional, no? I guess a gradient can be any dimensional, really. And a vector field. I guess it's technically a two-dimensional, but you represent it with 3 dimensions, maybe. I don't know.
Right, so if you have two numbers at each, and let's say it has two numbers at each coordinate. Okay, so stable diffusion 1. Classic DDPM score matching objective. Rectified flow, so trajectories become straight course. What? Okay. I was a lot better at discrete math. Discrete math I'm pretty good at. Linear algebra I'm pretty good at. One of my favorite classes I took was this computational discrete math class. And they talk about like fixed points of functions and things like a collapse conjecture. I really like things like that. I mean, it gets like a busy beaver problem. If you guys saw busy beaver 5 was solved, like that's super exciting.
How are we thinking? The entrance with a window. Doesn't really make sense. Like an entrance would be like in the middle here, right? So maybe if we flip this. So 7 is actually here, maybe. But this is flat, so maybe it's down here. On both sides, which means the whole width is 1, probably. So this is the green, I guess. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 windows. 1, 2, 3.
I hate to do negative videos or negative product reviews. I'm usually pretty positive on my channel. I usually like to cover things that I'm personally interested in. If I don't like a product or I'm not personally interested in it, I just won't usually cover it on the channel. However, I have been a Whoop user for nearly 2 years now. I don't know if you guys can see, I actually have a tan line from me wearing my Whoop. Like I just pretty much wear it every single day. I've been very happy with it. I even made a 25-minute video comparing it against the Apple Watch and the Ultra Human Ring. My conclusion was that the Whoop was just superior for activity tracking and health tracking compared to the Apple Watch. What I primarily loved about the Whoop was the recovery and strain indicators. Being able to see what my recovery is like for the day, being able to see what my strain is like for the day, just being able to see how much I can push myself throughout the day. It was a very, very useful feature to have with the Whoop. I want to make it clear as well that I have bought my Whoop 4.0, my Whoop 5.0. I have no affiliation with Whoop whatsoever, and I've been very positive about the product in the past. However, I'm not that positive anymore, but we'll get into that later on in the video. I've also seen a few videos go live about the Whoop 5.0, and they were mainly on release day, which means those people have been getting the product before release. You know, they have some sort of affiliation with the Whoop. So their videos, their reviews aren't going to be completely unbiased. So let's get into the unboxing, show you what I've ordered. I have the new Whoop 5.0 and I also have the new leather strap. So annoyingly, I actually ordered the brown leather strap so that I could have a black strap and a brown strap. But then when I saw the order, after I'd ordered it, it said that I'd ordered the black leather strap, which I definitely didn't. I was pretty sure about that. I emailed Whoop asking them, hey, can I change it? And they were like, no, we can't change it anymore. You're just going to have to return it, which is not ideal. I will maybe return it for the brown one because I do want the brown one. That's the one I actually ordered. So let's move this aside and let's get into this. What I've noticed straight away though is that they have very much gone for an Apple-esque style when it comes to their packaging. This is not what their packaging used to look like when I ordered it nearly 2 years ago. I'll rip it off like so. Scan to get started. So just a quick sort of guide. It's nice packaging, and then we have another box within the box, and there we have the Whoop device. We have the new charging brick, and we also have a USB-C cable to charge the charging brick. There's actually 2 models, the Whoop 5.0 and the Whoop 5.0. It does feel like metal. What's this?
Wait, Movie Pass is coming back? Do you guys know Movie Pass? Movie Pass was a company that had the brilliant idea of you could pay $10 a month to get all the to watch all the movies in theaters you wanted. So you give them $10 and then they would go and buy a movie ticket for $15 every time you wanted to go. So basically, Movie Pass would just lose money. If you saw a lot of movies, they were just losing a lot of money. It was just based. It was just based for you, the consumer. And they thought if they got big enough, they could like squeeze the theaters or something and get some advantage, but they never did. So you would just pay your $10 a month and go see a bunch of movies, and they would buy a full retail ticket every time and give it to you. There was no magic sauce. It was just selling tickets at a discount. And so they lost a bunch of money. And then one weekend, Mission Impossible 3 comes out and everybody goes to see it with Movie Pass. And they lost so much money, they went bankrupt. That's the story of Movie Pass. One of the dumbest business ideas ever. Ever. Anyway, I guess it's back. It's back again with a betting app for cinephiles. A blockchain oh, good, blockchain. I was called Mogul. Oh no, Ludwig's involved. Are you gambling on box office results and Oscar awards with crypto? It's a fantasy football league, but for... Dude, they just made fantasy football for theater kids. Everything's becoming DraftKings, dude. That's crazy. That's crazy. Or you're going to see Northernlion do an ad for this in a year and a half.
Enhance. Zoom in. Bro, I think that's an internet outlet. Black curtains. Decent area. Bro, I'm probably gonna end up here, honestly. This is just a good room, you know? Cheaper power. 6 and 8. Okay. I think I'm just gonna move here, I think.
And I will retire with this? Yeah, maybe. Damn, that's crazy. I can't wait until we can turn our genes off and on at will with AI. I don't think that's what that...
top 4, 7. I wonder if we can get the positioning of the... No. Okay. Like, we should get one of these ones, right? Maybe not. Maybe, maybe the road could be nice. Nah. Can it? Like, what's worse, people looking in? Or hearing the cars? But that's a very quiet road, to be fair. This is good, because we have training center. We have the propulse office. We have food here. Ah, that's a bit shite. Pretty much living here, that would be nice. But this place is so nice as well, because you basically just go out and follow this road up, right? I guess it's actually better to just go straight and then up here. Okay, I'm probably gonna end up here.
I was talking about. I do think one of the scariest things about the future of medicine is that CRISPR shit. That idea of you being able to gene edit your child before he's born, he or she is born. The idea of being able to pick like, oh, I want this eye color and this intelligence and this, but designer baby shit. That's not air really. That's Gattaca shit. 2 5'6" white people having a LeBron baby. They paid for the LeBron package. I don't know, dude. There's so, listen, people will soft sell it by being like, okay, we'll think about the upside. We can get rid of all these diseases, or we can get rid of these problems. We can, and then you're like, oh, well, that sounds good. But then you think about this weird advantage that the rich will have. And by the way, up until now, the rich have never had an advantage over the poor. So it's like, this will be a big break. I'm just worried that if we let the rich have an advantage over the poor in society, that could be bad, right? I want to make sure we don't cross that line, because right now we have a pure meritocracy. And I'm just worried that if the wealthy can artificially design children to be literally physically better, that's going to create this weird two-tiered system, even in areas that were traditionally not, you know, things like athletics, things like school competitions, things like that. Right? Red Rising type beat is a good way to put it. Yeah, I mean, I guess one thing you could do is like, if you have no money and you're dead broke and you can't afford the comprehensive package, just like spring for the hustler package. Make sure your kid, maybe they're not 6'8" GigaChad, but they have the hustler gene, and so they'll make it work, you know? They'll grind it out. Make sure they have that attitude of like, I understand it now. Poor, so I have to gotcha roll for my kids' genes. Dude. One of, you know how we're always talking about this dystopian world where everything's kind of gotcha? Where like you gotcha your paycheck and this concept that I was talking about. Well, guess what? Check this out.
But while many people don't buy train tickets, they spend billions on another kind of ticket.
What kind of ticket?
Lottery ticket. And that gave us an idea. Presenting Lucky Yatra. Now, every train ticket can become a lucky ticket.
Isn't that crazy? People weren't buying train tickets, they were just scamming, but they were buying lottery tickets. They just merged the two. So now everybody buys their train tickets, a chance to win. They like solve the problem. It's kind of crazy. It's like a good idea, but like it's spooky in a way because it leads right to what I was saying, which is that as humans we are so motivated by gambling. It just breaks our brain that you can use it to motivate anything. You can lottery your paycheck, you can lottery your healthcare, you can lottery your... Yeah, it's very Clancyville coded. I do want to say that. I feel like I've let Dan Clancy off the hook recently, and that's not my intention. I feel like I'm sort of like the rebels in Andor. You know, where this season I'm sort of laying low while building up to something big. So you're a terrorist. I'm a terrorist on Clancyville, I will say that. Well, one man's terror is no man's revolution. Let's say you're offered $17.6 billion to peel and eat an entire orange. The orange and orange peel are provided for you. If you're having trouble peeling the orange, someone can do it for you. Also, you don't have to eat it if you're not hungry. What do? Just to make sure I understand the question. You're gonna give me $17.6 billion, and all I have to do is not eat an orange if I'm not hungry. I refuse. Something's fishy, I refuse, you know? I'll take $5 a day. Yeah. Because the real Sigma goes for passive income. I don't want a lump sum. There's a great... Did we watch this on the financial advice TikToks or whatever? That guy who's like, you have three choices. You can get $100 million now. You can get $2,000 a day. Or you can get an 850 credit score. The guy's like, credit score. Credit score, that's the real... With credit score, I can borrow whatever I want. That shit was so funny. That was gas. You gotta take the credit score. The ability to borrow is the most important thing. I have a pretty good credit score now. Just being real, probably like an 8.
You've seen many people make these
Whoa,
things where people
what the
predict
fuck?
what certain things say about you, including programming language. First up, we have the OG, C. The backbone of technological society is built upon C. It is the substrate of our entire world. If you code in C, you're either very well composed, or you've done it for so long that you've lost your mind. You probably think in C. Regardless, C is an OG. This is you if you
What's the voice?
code in C, for sure. If you...
Bro, that's on me. Holy shit.
You've written...
Bro, C is so... actually not that bad. I like it. It's... Okay, it's very bad. It's... You use it for what it has to be used for, right? And nothing more, nothing less.
Like 10,000 lines in a project. As a C programmer, you would probably turn your room into a schizophrenic work of art. 10 out of 10, easily. Cannot disrespect C. Java. It's a garbage collected language. It's one of the languages where people tried to make a more approachable programming language, higher level than C, basically. If you code in Java, you're probably an academic. You learned it on computer science classes in university, which is why you code in it and probably work on projects with Java. Definitely means you're in debt. You've wasted a lot of money on learning things that you could have learned by just Googling it, in the modern day at least. Java's slow and it's overly convoluted for what it is. It's outdated, so to speak. If you still code in Java, shame on you. It's definitely a language that should know its place and kind of die off. Be replaced with other languages that use the Java virtual machine. 4 out of 10. Java is distasteful for sure. C#. C# is, imagine Java, but with all the bullshit removed, and also added Microsoft to the equation. That's basically C#. You're probably a game developer if you code in C#. It's the main attraction.
But like... Java is better than C#. Just for the... Like, I more or less can't use C# just because I'm on Mac. Like, what the fuck? Like, why? That's stupid.
JavaScript / TypeScript. It's a necessary evil, you know? You're just an innocent web developer coding in JS / TS. You don't realize it, but you've accidentally introduced a vulnerability into your code, and it led to someone compromising your web app, costing your startup quite a lot of money. What was the culprit? Who knows? Maybe some function that didn't do proper type checking. That's the pain of JavaScript. It's very simple and dangerous. However, with TypeScript, it adds a lot of safety and a lot of style. You probably use JavaScript in conjunction with a library like React or Vue. It's wholesome if you do this kind of stuff, to be honest. 6 out of 10. You're very innocent if this is your main deal. Let's go back to low-level land. C++. Very similar to C, but with object-oriented programming, polymorphism, an infinitely more convoluted and expanded upon standard library. C++ is like C, but with a lot of dark circles added beneath eyes. Whereas coding in C gave you the possibility to be sane, yet very exhausted and burnt out. C++ completely throws that possibility out of the door. You're absolutely insane. And if you're not visibly insane, then you definitely hide it. I know that it's there deep in your heart. I know who you are. C++, it's an OG, but it has its flaws. It tried...
Rustlang, you're fucking, fucking weeb.
Rust. I code in Rust.
I don't know. I called it.
Rust is like C++, right? Same low-levelness.
This is like the Rust look.
However, disregard the boomers and add in the zoomers. That's basically the only difference. It's a zoomer, C++. That's what Rust is. In C++, you have dark circles under your eyes because of all the memory leaks you caused. In Rust, all that stuff is replaced by the compiler literally imposing its will down your throat, abusing you. So it's that kind of abuse that gets you if you're a Rust programmer. You have to respect that. Rust has its own style. It's unique. It has its own substance. It introduces something new to the table. It looked at C in C++ and said, I can do C++ better. And it did its own thing. I respect that kind of behavior. 10 out of 10. Assembly. Well, assembly takes on many different shapes and...
I don't care.
More like,
I don't care.
go and install Rust.
I don't care.
Go has lots of rivalry.
More and more.
I don't actually care.
But what I realize is that unless you... The only thing it gives you is access to more debt. take on debt, it gives you no credit at all. There's nothing you can do with it other than take on more debt. So why do I give a shit? I don't want debt. Yeah, you get cheaper debt or better, but what it's still debt. I think America, we're so debt coded, dude. Everybody just is so comfortable with lots of debt. I don't like it. I understand. Like, it's not unreasonable to have debt, especially when you're young. I mean, you're investing in yourself. It could be student debt, it could be a car loan, you need your car to do good work, whatever. But it's just crazy how comfortable we are with debt. We talked about Klarna on the pod today. It's Patreon, so I can kind of share. They just asked some questions. We talked about it. It's just wild, I think, how widespread the usage has become. You know, people are using it for groceries. They're using it for life events. They're using it for clothing. It's huge for clothing. It's no good. My burrito, yeah. If you have the ability to play it back, it's really a problem. If you have the ability to pay it back, why did you use it in the first place? Is the real question. And I think you'll find that the answer is some people use it for the psychological feeling of like, hey, it's cheaper now, and they can afford it, and it's fine. But the most users are using it for the obvious reason, which is they don't have the money right now. And so they're trying to spread out their payments so they can afford it. And they're buying more than they can afford. So you're more likely to get into a bad spot. I don't know if you guys know how Klarna makes its money, but it's not just on the late fees. They also take a cut from the merchant. So why the fuck with them? Let's say it's Urban Outfitters or something. You know, what's the place to buy clothes? Let's say it's fucking Urban Outfitters, okay? Website. You're gonna buy a fucking cool flannel shirt. The reason they give a 6% cut to Klarna is because people buy more clothes when they have Klarna at checkout. They would never put Klarna on the website and give them the cut unless it's proven that people buy more shit. So it's just a fact that a user will check out more clothes, more items, more food, more whatever than they would have if they couldn't get access to the debt. Which means they're buying more than they can afford, which means sooner or later they're gonna get caught. Sooner or later they're gonna get a late fee. It's significant. I sold furniture credit cards for years. This is 100% true. Sold $10,000 TVs on 5 years. Yeah, dude. When people are paying the minimum, you can turn a small payment into a fucking lifelong one. You can have people paying way more because they can only afford the minimum at the time. That's why you gotta be careful with debt, man. That's the mind killer. Literally. Study showed that if you have an upcoming bill that you don't know how you're gonna pay, it is equivalent of mental damage of missing 2 nights of sleep. Literally, people take a test. They were taking tests, and the stress from upcoming financial trouble is the equivalent of your mind's like stress and unable to focus, as if you skip 2 nights of sleep. So it actually is just a stress thing. Now, obviously, some people, you know, sometimes you have to take debt. Sometimes you have to fix a car or whatever. But if it's something you can avoid, man, understand you're probably doing yourself a favor. Your future yourself a favor. If consumers are taking on too much debt, who's taking the other side? How can it possibly be well collateralized? What a great question. My God, what a great question. In terms of buy now, pay later, the other side is these companies, Klarna and Afterpay, who in fact are a lot riskier than they pretend. They have a lot of bad loans. They're default.
I'm sorry, but there's absolutely no fucking way Klarna holds to that. Really? Nah. They have to sell it, no?
Default rates are seemingly quite high. People are less likely to pay than they think. And, you know, I read Klarna's S1 when they were about to IPO, and they're not even profitable, bro. They sell debt and they're not profitable. Because there's like, they have like an adjusted rate, but they take out all the default.
If every noise to image sample as a curve in latent space, when the time is used by the UPM, match the score. The target depends on x and t and is not constant along the path. Match the constant vector that is the 2 endpoints picked at the beginning of the training pair. Just the desired velocity in RF is constant. Okay, but you clearly still have to sample for these things, right? Because you can do steps. Actual rectified. Yeah, no, I know it's simple. I'm just trying to get at like what the. Because if you just like copy the 10 lines of math, you don't really understand. Okay, a minimum deterministic diffusion model. Machine algorithms. Okay, cool. I don't exactly understand how this is different, but like this makes a lot of sense to me. So you're basically just, it's outputting like, yeah, the vector field, sure. You're outputting like the velocity of the, it's not even a 2D vector field, that's just a 1D vector field, right? You output the velocity given the current image and the thing. Is it worth trying to understand what the old one was to understand how it's different? Because like, yeah, this seems like the obvious intuitive thing to me. Match the score. ChatGPT, what are you doing? The forward stochastic differential equation adds noise. And the reverse process, the deterministic one, you get this. Train once with random endpoint pairs. Okay, they're both random. Batch of curves. Replace each curve trajectory by its straight chord and treat the 2 chord endpoints as fresh. Each iteration pulls the vector field towards 0 curve. Okay, so I can imagine like what you're trying to do. You're trying to say basically, like it's kind of collapse the steps down into one, right? Because if you truly have a straight line, you don't need to take multiple steps. The only reason you need to take multiple steps is if you have a curve line and you're trying to approximate that curve, right? Like yeah, you can look at it as the same as like gradient descent. Wow, that's cool. The almost just iterative denoising. Estimating gradient of the data distribution. Direction. This is old cow. I implemented Stable Diffusion, but I just kind of copied. I didn't really understand. I try never to be an early adopter of things. because like you only really want to adopt what stays around. Like I know people who are like months ahead of me in how they use AI. I've always been like this. I've never been an early adopter. I feel like because like people try to be like early adopters for like everyone's trying to like it's like a clout thing, right? Everyone's trying to like get to the I was early to that. Okay, yeah, I mean fine. That might be how you make money in scams like crypto, but in reality, I was early to relativity. So what? Alright, I think we understand enough to read the code. Actually, let's just look through this original paper. So this is the paper that introduced it, or probably not. I think we don't need. I heard we don't need a.
Dette vil være et løsningsforslag til R2-eksamen som blir gitt høsten 2024. Hvis du ser det på dagen jeg gir det ut, så beklager jeg at det kommer veldig, veldig sent. Jeg gir det ut under en uke før før eksamen våren 25. Så til dere som trenger den her for prep, så beklager jeg at den kommer veldig, veldig sent. 0. Så vi får bare en ligning der variabelen er x. Vi har en indre variabel t pluss pi. Og vi kan bruke halvparten av 5 ganger rota av 6. Y med t og z med 4t. Radien til sirkelen, eller med andre ord pi radiana. Og så punkt. Punktet for volumet av sånn cirka hele jordbruket gjør.
Hey guys, Ice Cream here, or you could just call me Tommy. Today I wanted to talk about a question that has been plaguing the internet recently. Who would win? 1 gorilla or 100 men? I don't really know how to do 100 with my hand, but 100. So, there's a couple things to take into consideration about who would win. Gorillas are big boys. They're very heavy. They just crush a man's skull. I think, like, they have 1,700 pounds of force they can put on you, and a human skull can only take, like, maybe 140. I don't really know. But they can break your skull. They can give you the Hulk treatment, like what he did to Loki that one time. I mean, I don't really watch Marvel ones, so I don't really know what I'm talking about. And they can also, like, break your neck, and, like, you can't really take them down unless you're in a group, which is basically what this is all about. So I think this gorilla can mess a lot of these guys up, but, I don't know. I think the gorilla is probably gonna lose since it's 100 men. Depending on who the men are. I don't know if it's gonna be if it's normal men or if it's like freaking police officers or like soldiers. Well, that was my thing about the 100 men versus the 1 gorilla. That's really what I think about it. So, tell me out.
Oh. Fuck. Half of these dudes literally get educated in America and in the UK. What the fuck are you guys talking about? More you learn. This is why it's Oriental is. To literally look at these dudes and go, oh no, they're fucking barbaric baboons. Don't laugh at this fucking stupid ass. No, it's a Seinfeld thing, you know? It's Ty Lopez in the modern era. That's a Holy fuck. There's so much. Oh, you know what'd be a good idea? What? Create a website where people can post their like H3 former fan like testimonies. Yeah. Saying how they got out, like what steps they took, you know, relatable sort of recovery stories. I think that could sway a lot of people. Maybe. I don't think so. So you're 53 minutes into this? I'm 53 minutes into this, and I'm actually almost 10 hours into the fucking broadcast. Fucking dumbass. I'm so mad. I got mad. Yeah, you've been getting mad. I've been. By the way, thank you everyone. What is it up to now? 170? 177. We can do better. We can go to 200K, chatters. Yeah. Thank you guys. That's awesome. Brother, we raised 10 cases. Ian showed up, and you have said lessons towards the end vaccine. Okay, listen, he wanted to show up. I'm chilling. Yeah, he's chilling. And also, what? Also, yeah. What kind of feedback do you have? Well, I was gonna say there's a reason that I didn't get in all of this in my video. I think I kept it mainly to like my personal relationship and like these very non-political things. Yeah.
What are we doing? The migrant?
According to a new.
Don't call me Mr. President.
Hi guys, ice cream here.
George, why don't you use cursor or windsurf? Don't like those things. Our data set. I don't know what that does. Force installed. Is that what selected? Yeah, I don't know why I put that on. Should I run this? No requirements. Right, it's got a lot. Everything's green now. Ooh, that's a nice function. I think it doesn't have something like normalize. It'd be kind of cool. If we want to normalize it, we just wait, what? The mean should be 0.5. Give it the mean standard deviation? That's so confusing. Oh wait, that's so useless. That's all it does? So it literally just does this? And this isn't right, actually, that's why train, that's why you see that's a test, great. So let's do it. I want to try to set up Wi-Fi call.
I feel like I'm a quicker programmer than George. Here maybe? One of the missing.
Just pad 2. Oh, just pads everything with the size of 2. Pads and then normal. Core. I don't like that it's what?
On that, and so much of that, and so much of the ability to actually work.
wasn't afraid. I was just thinking to myself, wow, they're actually walking up, going to be up this path very close to me. I want to photograph it, but I want to experience it. I don't want to disturb the moment. So I was kind of exhilarated by what maybe was happening. And they were literally about a meter away, ignoring me essentially, until this one baby stopped right in front of me. And that was the kind of the beginning of the interaction.
Oh, no way, John. No way.
Little boy gorilla, he was probably 2 years old, and he was curious, and he just grabbed onto my arm in a very gentle way. He just grabbed it. And I was holding the camera in my hand like this, and it just kind of lay down like that. And I knew instinctively not to move or look out and just sort of be present. And when that happened, I realized this is going to be really special.
Tell me what you're feeling now, John. The silverback is just behind you. He sat a meter behind you. And there are 3 babies squashed between him and you. Behind you to your right. I just feel like one of the gang. Look at this little one. It's touching your hair. It's actually grooming. There comes a female.
Smell the girl is sort of a wild, fresh smell.
It's that black shirt of yours, and the silverback. Now the little one's climbing up to get a closer look at your hair. He's on the.
And of course, when they were touching me, I could feel it, but I certainly couldn't see the silverback who was behind me. So you know, it's just sort of trying to stay in the moment.
That piece, that stick out of there, just pull the stick out, coming forward with the lips.
It'd be 6 o'clock, everyone was asleep. One of the guides who kind of whispered loudly, "Hey, get up, you won't believe what's going on." Kind of scrambled together and just went outside. And I could see, maybe 100 yards away, some little gorilla heads kind of bobbing up and down.
Just watch your glasses. I don't think they're going to be that interested in them.
You never know what you're going to get. You basically have the opportunity to go track them. And if things go well, they know where the gorillas are. They'll take you to them. It could take you 4 or 5 hours to find them. They give you pretty strict instructions to stay at least 7 meters away.
You're a silverback.
It happens maybe once a year, but this was my lucky day.
Bro, this guy's cracked. Holy. Oh my fucking god, I'm a fucking retard. Oh my fucking god, I'm a fucking retard. Oh my fucking god. I can't do enough. Oh, okay, I can. Hmm? Epsilon test done. That's nice. Får du ut i storm en gang, eller har du... Vent da. Det er sikkert noen dager. Ok. Jeg skjønner ikke syntaks her, altså. Kan man se det finns en flate S er begrenset hvis det finnes hvis S subset equal en eller annen epsilon ball eller finnes i en epsilon ball rundt en vektor slik at kule basically det exist er exists in R greater than 0 such that S is in above radius R around X hvis det er mengden punkter innenfor parten. Ok. I parabol. Minus x minus y er lik radius. Nei. X delt på. I guess minus x minus y er i parabolen som går her. I guess this is just minus. Plus, which means this is since this is -2. Amen.
Because in this video, we are finally doing Stokes' theorem. And if you've been following my vector calculus playlist for a while now, well, Stokes' theorem, as well as the divergence theorem, which is coming up next, are really the triumph of our entire project of developing vector calculus. So what's the idea of Stokes' theorem? Well, I want to begin with some surface. This is a two-dimensional surface embedded in 3 dimensions, and I'm specifically going to highlight the boundary of that surface, because we're going to talk about the difference between the surface in general and its boundary a lot today. Then I'm going to imagine that the surface lives inside of some vector field. So I just put it in this big, messy, swirling vector field. Okay, that's fine. It might help our visualization just to tell the computer to only draw the vectors that actually start from this surface, just to make it a bit cleaner. And I'm actually going to go even one step further, cleaning it up, and now only draw the boundary curve and the vectors that start on the boundary curve. Now, the reason why I'm focusing just on the boundary here is that we know something about boundaries. We've studied this a lot. We have, for example, the property of the circulation along the boundary by this vector field f. And this was given by this particular line integral of f dot dr. As I travel along this boundary, am I just circulating sort of with the vector field? That's what this is trying to capture. Now what I'm going to do is imagine that I'm at some point on the surface. And I have a normal vector that sticks away from that particular point, that is normal to the surface. this is going to be an oriented surface, so there's going to be two different choices of unit normals, one on either side, and I've just chosen one of them. But also at that point, from the vector field, there's a curl. And what the curl is going to do is going to create some tendency for there to be a rotation in the surface at that particular point. If I imagine, for example, my particle is not free to go anywhere, they have to go on the surface, but they're still influenced by the vector field, then they may rotate counterclockwise or clockwise, faster or slower, in this little region around the point that has normal vector this n. And indeed, I can go to any spot here, anywhere on the inside, and I can have a normal, and I'm going to have a little bit of swirling in the surface that's influenced by that vector field. Perhaps what is most important is if I go to a spot that is right on the boundary, like that one. So now it looks like the normal vector might go something along the lines of this. Or perhaps down here, and it would go more vertically. But at either spot, likewise, there would be a little bit of swirling going around. And here's the key point. Again, imagining about some sort of velocity field here. If I'm on the boundary, I want to ask the question, what is the circulation around the boundary? Well, the tendency to circulate along that boundary is going to be influenced by that curling at each point along the boundary. So the general formula, as we've seen, is that the curling point is given by del cross f. But then if I form del cross f and dot it with the normal vector at that point, that gives me the tendency to, how should I put it, curl within the surface. That is, the curl sort of subject to the constraint that we must remain on the surface. Before we get to Stokes' theorem, I want to go back a little bit and talk about Green's theorem, because in many ways Stokes' theorem is a generalization of Green's theorem. So the picture for Green's theorem is more or less the same scenario, except everything exists down on the plane. It's a two-dimensional version of it. And because I'm going to upgrade to 3 dimensions, I just drew the 2 dimensions in the plane, but I included the third axis because we want to add some stuff there in a little bit. And so when I look at this theorem, what it's really saying is on the left we have that counterclockwise circulation we were talking about, the tendency to circulate around the boundary. And what was remarkable about Green's theorem was that this was just equal to a double interval over the entire region, including all of that inside, of something that we call the circulation density. What I'm going to do that's new about Green's theorem is just add a little bit new terminology. So you don't have the circulation density, this difference of these partials. Well, we saw in the previous video the curl of a vector field. And indeed, what I have here is just the kth component of curl. So I'm going to replace that. I'm going to rewrite this as the curl, which was this del cross f, dotted with k hat, where k hat in my picture is sticking straight up out of the xy plane. So we have this upgrade on Green's theorem, which really is just a terminology or a symbolic shift. We had this thing defined to be the curl, and I just recognized it as part of what was in Green's theorem. And so I just replaced it with our new symbols here, the del cross f, and then dotted with k hat. Another way to visualize what's going on a little bit better here, so I'll drop the 3-dimensional perspective and just look at this 2-dimensional, is all of these little spinners that I've drawn here, sort of regularly spaced out, give the tendency for this vector field to curl around at that particular point. It's curling in the xy plane. It depends on what the vector field is to know whether they're going to curl counterclockwise or clockwise, fast or slow. The argument is going to be that in the interior, everything is just going to cancel out, and all that's left of all of this curling around is going to be the proportion, you add it all up together, that's around the boundary, and the boundary adds up to the circulation. The argument for why it cancels is that if I have two adjacent little paths, then where they meet, in one path, it's the flow going up, and then in the adjacent path, it's the flow going right back down again. And so it exactly cancels in all of these interior portions. All right, so now let's go to Stokes' theorem. The first immediate difference is actually in my visualization. My surface is now a 3-dimensional surface versus a 2-dimensional surface. My vector field is a 3-dimensional vector field, not a 2-dimensional one. The left-hand side of Stokes' theorem is exactly the same. It's the circulation around that boundary curve. Yes, it's the circulation around a curve that lives in 3 dimensions as opposed to 2 dimensions, the way it was in Green's theorem, but it's the circulation around some curve. And then on the right-hand side, a couple things have changed. First of all, instead of being the curl dotted with k hat, it's the curl dotted with the normal vector. And that's because as you move to different places on your surface, your normal vectors are different things. It's not just k hat everywhere the way it was for Green's theorem. And the second thing that's changed is that instead of in Green's theorem where I was taking a little area down in the xy plane, this is now a surface interval. It's an interval d sigma as opposed to dx dy or dA as we would have had before. But the sort of intuitive argument for why this is true is almost exactly the same. At any point in the interior of this surface, I have some curling that is measured by the curl of f dotted with n. So the curl that sort of lives inside of the surface, if you will. And then if you add up all of the tendencies to curl, everything along the inside cancels, and just leaves with the curling along the boundary, and the curling around the boundary is what causes the circulation around this boundary curve. I do want to put up the conditions for Stokes' theorem. The field has to be nice, in this case continuous first partial derivatives of its components, and the surface also has to be nice. It needs to be a smooth surface, or at least needs to be piecewise smooth. Like for example, a cube has those boundary edges and corners, but we still call the cube piecewise smooth. The real one I want to focus in though is the demand that it's an oriented surface. We've seen previously an oriented surface, but the surface really had 2 different sides, and you could choose a consistent or continuous choice of normals. We need to have a choice of normals to be able to compute the right-hand side of Stokes' theorem. And so Stokes' theorem really does depend on it being an oriented surface. So that is Stokes' theorem. Now, I definitely owe you a couple of concrete examples. We're going to see that in the next video. We're going to see some remarkable corollaries of Stokes' theorem. But then I'm going to go to the divergence theorem because you might think, well, you just upgraded one of the 2 parts of Green's theorem. How do you upgrade the other part? And we'll be doing that when we get to the divergence. In this video, we're going to see the final major theorem of our vector calculus course, the divergence theorem. So what are we talking about? I'm going to begin with the vector field. This is a 3-dimensional vector field. It's got components m, n, and p. And the vector field I've given is a source vector field. Everything seems to be exploding out from the origin. Then the divergence is defined to be the sum of the partial derivative of the first component n with respect to x, the second n with respect to y, and p with respect to z. That gives the divergence. Okay, but what is this? Now, we've actually seen divergence before in the 2-dimensional case. So there we were talking about the same basic type of field, a source field, but in 2 dimensions. And what we studied was the effect on a tiny little rectangle. If I zoomed very far in, what was the degree to which the field was crossing out across this boundary? That we call the divergence, or sometimes the flux density, and it can be measured by the partial of n with respect to x plus the partial of n with respect to y. If I think of my field, for example, as being a velocity field, and I've got some region, I'm going to be asking the tendency for the field to pour out across this tiny, tiny little path. It didn't even matter where the path was. I happened to previously put it at the sort of origin, but at any spot, you could compute the divergence. For example, even at this off-center point, there is a positive divergence because the arrows that are pointing into this little path are shorter than the arrows that are leaving from it. And so a net outflow or positive divergence. Okay, so going back to the three-dimensional case, the idea here now is instead of a little square, I have a little cube. And I'm asking, to what degree is the vector field spreading out across the boundary of this little cube? And as you investigate different points, and thus are investigating different little tiny boxes, the divergence may be different at different points along the field. Now, we can actually simplify the expression for divergence in much the same way as we simplify the expression for curl. We have a del operator, which is just the partial respect to x in the I hat, the partial respect to y in the j hat, and the partial respect to z in the k hat. Then, if I take the dot product of this del operator with the field f, then what do I get? Well, precisely the divergence. The partial of n with respect to x, the partial of n with respect to y, and the partial of p with respect to z. This is an operator, which means it's something that takes a function, transforms it to another function. In this case, it takes a vector function, capital F, and spits out the vector function, the divergence of f. Now, let's go back and review Green's theorem in its divergence or flux form. When we previously talked about Stokes' theorem, we saw that Stokes' theorem was a generalization of one half of Green's theorem. Today, in this video, the divergence theorem is going to be the generalization of the other half of Green's theorem. So Green's theorem in its divergence or flux form is all about the flux across a curve. So I'm imagining now I have a bona fide curve, not the small little infinitesimal one. We used to have an actual big curve. It's got a normal vector at any point. And the question is, well, how much is the field spreading out across the boundary of this curve? How much is the field aligned normal to this curve? And so what we have is this comparison between the boundary, in other words, I'm asking the outward flux across this boundary curve. And then what Green's theorem does is it relates this to a double integral over the entire region of the divergence, or of the flux density. The basic argument is if I imagine cutting up the big region to a whole bunch of small little pieces, in the interior, there's a ton of cancellation. And the idea is if you have two adjacent regions, the flux from the left to the right is just a negative of the flux from the right to the left. And so adding everything up would just make that cancel. So when you get rid of all the interior cancellation of this divergence, what's left is that crossing out the final boundary, which gives us the outward flux. Now, we can do something new because we have an improved terminology for talking about the divergence. We saw that the gradient of f, we saw that del dot f represented the divergence. So I'm just going to replace that in my formula here. Okay, now it's time finally to upgrade from the two-dimensional situation, where Green's theorem applies, to the three-dimensional situation of the divergence theorem. So what's going on? Let's look at the picture first. In the picture, I have in yellow just a vector field. Living within that vector field is a surface, and I've plotted the surface of a sphere as my example of a closed surface. And then I've also plotted a lot of red vectors. What are those? The red vectors are normal to the surface. So you have your surface, this has a whole bunch of normals at every point, and then that whole thing lives within the yellow vector field. Okay, so what happens to the actual formula? Well, the left-hand side still represents the outward flux, but it's a completely different formula than it was before. Previously, it was the outward flux across a curve, but now I'm talking about the outward flux across a surface. So the left-hand side of the divergence theorem is a surface interval. And then the right-hand side also changes. The integrand is actually the same thing, it's just the divergence. Now the divergence would be the sum of three things versus the sum of two things, but still just the divergence. But now the interior of a surface is a volume. And so it is a triple integral with respect to a volume of the divergence. So imagine that I have a domain, the boundary of the domain is going to be a surface. If I add up all through the interior, all through that volume, the tendency for the vector field to disperse at a point, for there to be divergence at a particular point, all in the middle we get interior cancellation. So then when all of those divergences are added up, everything in the middle canceling, what we're left with is just the portion that can't cancel, the portion along the boundary, which in this case is a surface, and we get the outward flux across that surface. Now I need to be clear about what the conditions are for this theorem. So we're talking about a surface, and the surface needs to be nice in the sense of being piecewise smooth, like a sphere or a cube. But in addition, it needs to be both oriented, which means it has two different sides, a continuous specification of those normals, so that I can actually make sense of outward flux, make sense of f dot n. But in addition, it needs to be closed. That is, the divergence doesn't make sense for example, a bowl with an open top. It has to be something that completely closes a region. This is somewhat analogous to in Green's theorem. We also demanded that our curves were closed here, and thus contained an area. Now we're imagining our surface is closed, and thus containing a volume. All right, so that was the divergence theorem. Coming up, I need to do some examples for sure, but I also want to do a video that unifies the divergence theorem, Stokes' theorem, Green's theorem, and the fundamental theorem of calculus, and see that they're all different types of generalizations of the same thing. So that and more coming up in our vector calculus playlist. If you have any questions,
I'll say yes if you quite think that's what it means, but no. Yes. No. Nope. Nope. I mean, sometimes. Nope. No. No.
See if I can guess DJ acknowledgement.
Yeah. Nope. Nope. No. No. Yes. GG. Oh, come on! Happy. Oh, come on!
What the hell are ye minus 11 months?
Chat, it could still be somebody else. What is that picture? What is that picture? That's not okay, dude. Chat, who submits that?
That's me getting ready to start with a lot of runners in front of me in this massive starting field, and don't be fooled by the fact that we're starting on a running track, because this is not your ordinary running race. This is the legendary 10 Mila relay in Sweden. The simplest way to describe it is that it's like Champions League for orienteering runners, where the best clubs in the world pick their best 10 runners to run a relay of 100 kilometers through the forest. And since it's orienteering, you have to navigate through the forest just using a map and a compass. You're not allowed to see the map with the course you're running before the start, so standing here on the start line, I have no idea what is waiting for me the upcoming 10 kilometers, and I'm pretty nervous to be honest, which you probably can tell from my heart rate being 117 just standing still. Yeah, that's not my normal resting heart rate. It's starting at an insane pace because everyone wants to have a good position before we head out into the forest. Oh, and there's someone almost fell right in front of me. This is the first time I'm running the first leg in this relay and get to experience the intense mass start. And as you can see, my starting position wasn't the best. And that's because my team didn't have a good result from last year. Out of the 333 teams, my starting position was 168. So my goals are simple in this race.
Oh, he's from Anthony. He's from
in as many places as possible.
My school.
And be as close as possible to the elite runners in front. Knowing that I compete against world-class runners, my goal was to not lose more than 5 minutes on the fastest runners. And to do that, I know that I cannot allow myself to do any mistakes in my navigation. I know that many watching my channel don't know that much about the sport of orienteering, so here's a quick explanation of the map you can see to the left. That is the same map that I'm running with. The triangle that you can see my GPS route just came to is the starting point, and from here you have to navigate and choose your own route choices between the checkpoints that are marked with circles. In orienteering we call these checkpoints controls, and you have to punch all of them in the right order with your digital chip to not get disqualified. Everything that is white on the map is forest, green is dense forest, yellow are open fields, and the black lines are trails or roads, like the one I'm running on now. And the brown lines are elevation contours. So far it has been a lot of running here on the road. I and many of the other runners have chosen to use this road, the first part of the first control, to avoid the green dense forest. And I think this was a good route choice because although I keep my position in the group, I have gained some places. Heading into the forest here towards my first control, I had hoped that I was going to be able to pass a lot of people to move up in the field and get closer to the leaders. But the opening base was really hard, and I had to realize that I just gotta focus on hitting my control perfect and maybe pass runners that do navigation mistakes early in the race. As you can see on my GPS tracking, all of us in this group are heading in perfect direction into my first control. But I keep checking my compass a lot to make sure I don't start the race with a mistake. And you should never just follow the guys in front of you and trust that they are doing the navigation for you. On a relay like this, when all of us runners start at the same time, you have slightly different control points on some places to make sure that you can not just follow. But of course, all teams end up running the exact same distance to make it fair. So I'm really happy to see that is my first control, and it's always such a great feeling getting a good start to a race like this. I continue to get a quite tricky second control in a good way, and heading into the third control I take a route choice using some trails up this hill. I have a quite low max heart rate of 178, and as you can see in the data to the right on the screen, I'm already at 167, so this is way over my threshold, and I can probably not keep this intensity the whole way. So I decided to stick to the pack I'm in, and then hopefully I can pass some people if the pace settles down a bit later in the race. To get really accurate heart rate to help with pacing and record all the data and the GPS tracking that you see to the left on the screen, I use products from Chorus that are sponsoring this video. Of course, you're not allowed to use GPS navigation during the race, and it would also be impossible to have any real advantage from that since you first get your course and map the second you start. But for orienteering running, the use of a watch with really accurate GPS is crucial to be able to analyze the race afterwards with the GPS tracking as you see to the left, and as mentioned, I also use the heart rate in this race to pace myself. I run with the Chorus heart rate monitor to get the heart rate values that I 100% can trust without needing to run with a chest strap. And the watch I'm wearing is the Chorus Apex 2 Pro, which is a lightweight but really rugged watch with sapphire glass and this metal bezel, so it's perfect for trail running or orienteering where you need a watch that can take a fall or two, and it also has all of the features you could wish for in a running watch. Thanks Chorus for creating these great products for us runners and orienteers. As I punch the third control, I am at 131st place, so I gained more than 30 places from my starting position, which is good, and so far in the race I'm really happy with my navigation. But I can already feel that running on this soft ground in the forest is tough. I used to be an elite orienteer competing for top positions on my legs in this relay, but the last couple of years I have not trained as much and very little running off trail in the forest like this, and you get good at what you train on. But my navigation skills is still good, so I have to focus on that and play into my strengths. Here I choose an own route going down this hill that I think looks faster on the map, and I managed to gain some positions here actually. To the fourth control you can once again use this trail, which I think is the fastest route, and it looks like all runners choose the same route. Heading into the fifth control, I am at 126th position and 1 minute and 36 seconds behind the leaders. And now we head into the trickiest part of the course, with some green areas where the forest is...
Let's go, Anthony!
...extends, and as soon as the visibility becomes less in the forest, you have to work twice as hard with your compass and map reading to get your controls in a perfect way. And I'm really happy with my execution to these controls, and people doing mistakes allows me to gain some places. I get the quite tricky 8th control in a perfect way, and so far I'm so happy with my race and can feel that I have got up with some more people, but to the 9th control I think I get a bit too confident with my navigation, and this is dangerous in orienteering. The moment you stop having respect for the challenge and work with your map and compass all the time, you can quickly get punished, and in the worst case scenario lose several minutes on a mistake. I missed my direction a bit going way too far to the left, and I'm not 100% sure where I am when I get closer to the control, but I'm so happy that I didn't get too stressed. I managed to slow down, look at my map and look around and understand that I must be too much left of the control. So I managed to get it, but I probably lost 20 seconds here, and it was a good reminder to myself that I gotta keep my focus all the way for the rest of the course, and especially when you get tired by the end of a race like this, it is so easy to do mistakes because your brain doesn't always work optimal when you are close to your limit physically. I get the 10th and 11th control in a good way, and although I had that small mistake, my good navigation to the other controls in that tricky area has made me pick up 35 more places. So I punch here at the 11th control at 91st place, 3 minutes and 8 seconds after the leaders. And here we have a bit of a longer leg to the next control with some different route choices you can take. And I quite quickly decide to stay close to the line, although I have to run up this hill in the beginning of the leg, but I can use some fast rails leading into the control, and although I lose 5 places to this control, I actually get 3 seconds closer to the leaders, now being 3 minutes and 5 seconds after them, because they actually took a bit of a slower route choice running around that big hill. continue to execute the navigation quite good to control 13 and 14, but still lose some more time and places. I'm simply really tired at this point, and I'm glad that we're approaching the last part of the course, to be honest. I'm punching here at 102nd place, so now I'm out of the top 100, but I'm about to do something quite drastically on this longer leg on the way back to the arena. I see all runners going a bit left, but I really feel that using the trail going around this hill and save some height meters would be the best route choice when I look at my map. So I decided to just go for it. And all of a sudden, after running with a lot of people all around me from the start of the race, I now find myself completely alone in the forest. Everything you can hear is maybe some birds and the wind, so it's such a weird feeling suddenly running alone. And of course I start doubting my route choice when I see nobody else taking the same route choice. But I just try to push hard and do my best and continue to trust my route choice. I'm hoping that this will help me gain some places and not lose even more places. And coming into the control here, I recognize some of the runners that I was running with earlier, so I realized that I at least didn't lose a lot on my route choice. And now I can see that I actually managed to gain some places on my route choice, and I'm now within the top 100 again, at place 99. So I'm actually quite proud that I dared to really trust my own navigation and my own route choice, and it paid off this time, but it's also a bit of a risky move leaving the group in a race like this. Now it's not that long to go until the finish, and I'm very happy with my race so far. But I'm about to almost mess it all up on one of the last controls here. I follow these runners in front of me, but I have a feeling checking my compass that I'm a bit too much to the right here going into the 17th control. And I should have trusted my gut, because as you can see on the GPS tracking, we run past the control on the right side of it, but then I see this one guy turning back, and I think, yeah, he must be right. I also think the control should be down there. So I was a bit lucky here, and super relieved that it didn't end up being a bigger mistake when I actually find this control. I lost some seconds, but I actually gained quite many places, because there were so many people doing a mistake to this control, or a bigger mistake than I did. From here on, it's just easy navigation, the last couple of controls into the arena and changeover. I'm sprinting with all I got, but still have to let some runners pass me. It was super frustrating getting a bit stuck behind this fallen tree, and with extremely tired legs, it's not that easy getting over it. But I don't lose many seconds on it, but some places. But after this control, it's just fast, easy running towards the finish line. It was such a cool experience getting to run the first leg in this legendary orienteering relay. If you're into orienteering, I actually started a second YouTube channel about orienteering where I uploaded this and other races completely uncut with commentary through it. I will leave a link to that channel in the description to this video. And I finished my leg and changed over to our second leg runner at 19th place, 5 minutes and 34 seconds behind the fastest runner, which I'm really happy with, especially considering my starting position and that there are some world-class runners up there in the front. And I couldn't think of a more fun way to spend the weekend than running this epic relay with my team Okomos. And it was nice following the relay through the night and cheering on our runners. We finished in 169th place, which is quite good for us. Thanks Coros for sponsoring this video and creating great products. Check out the Apex 2 Pro that I ran this race with and all of their other products in the link in the description to this video. Train smart, have fun, and I'll see you in the next video.
You're probably wondering about XQC. And what happened with XQC. And I can tell you what happened with XQC, but it was the most stressful, terrible time of my entire life. And to see this man, and it is mind-boggling to understand how much money this guy really has at this point. Because you see these streamers, right? I went from the lows to the highs, okay? I saw streamers gambling with $100,000, and I saw streamers like Canute after his wedding celebrating with $25 in a dream, okay? So I've seen everybody from low to high. And seeing XQC and how that man gambles is the most mind explosion. It's like, it doesn't even seem real. It seems like you're in playing GTA watching this guy just fuck around. He'll pull out 100K, like he'll pull out a dollar bill. That's what he'll pull out $100,000 like he'll pull out a dollar bill. That's the reaction he'll give. And the lady, so I told the lady when he did, I saw him pull out 100 grand. I'm like, yeah, this is Trump's son. And she believed it. She's like, yeah, okay, like, don't understand that one. That makes sense. It's insane to watch it. And also it's insane to watch the lack of fuck this man gives when he has $100,000 out. It's just like, that's whatever.
Shotgun or not? Oh well. And to my left as well. Dude, yo, sniper, go loot the bodies and get out. Just loot the bodies. I don't care anymore. I don't care. I don't care anymore. Just loot the bodies and get out. There's 5 of them. Oh my god. I'm not gonna shoot. Just fucking loot and get out, brother. Oh, you. I'm gonna fucking. Oh, okay.
The biggest question McLaren's rivals are chasing an answer for right now is just why is the team's 2025 car so good at managing its rear tyre temperatures? Nobody outside of McLaren knows for definite, but it's fair to say that there is unlikely to be a single silver bullet element that's making the difference. Instead, there are probably a multitude of factors, such as the car's aerodynamic platform and suspension kinematics, that are playing their part in making McLaren so dominant in certain conditions. But one of the more intriguing elements related to McLaren's advantage that has popped up in recent weeks is its braking system, and the contribution this is making to keeping its rear tyre temperatures under control. Intrigue on this front has especially gone into overdrive in the wake of Red Bull having got hold of, from an outside party, some thermal images of rear brake drums that are understood to have been taken at pit stops during the Japanese Grand Prix. Suggestions that they show the McLaren brake drums running much cooler than other teams fueled wild talk of there being some potential tricks at play. Various theories have quickly got thrown around as a result, some of which have been easier to discount than others. There has been the idea of McLaren using clever carbon fibre weave for its drums to help leak cool air to the wheel rims, or of it using phase-changing materials to help limit temperature gains or change airflow direction. And then there have been wild accusations of it blowing vapour inside the drums, which would be strictly illegal, as liquid cooling of the brakes is forbidden under F1's rules. There were also erroneous paddock whispers that the FIA had found something it did not like on the McLaren that had confiscated parts earlier in the season. This supposedly explained why the squad was not as dominant as many people expected in Bahrain and Saudi Arabia. However, any talk of it doing anything outside the regulations, either before or present, was blown out of the water in Miami. Firstly, the heat at the Hard Rock Stadium helped the squad deliver its most crushing victory of the season so far, as Oscar Piastri came home more than 35 seconds clear of the first non-McLaren to show that nothing had changed in its form since the start of the campaign. And then it also emerged that multiple checks conducted by the FIA and the McLaren brakes, including a more detailed inspection on Sunday night in Miami, confirmed that everything it was doing was firmly within the rules. The message from the FIA is crystal clear: whatever McLaren is doing is legal and is simply just clever. Before we dig into what may be behind McLaren's advantage on this front, it's probably worth having a quick refresher on the complexities of the brake designs of modern F1 cars. From the outside, what we normally get to see as the wheels come off the car are nearly identical brake drums, and that's because the rules pretty much mandate the size and shape of these. These drums are carbon fibre lids that fit over the brake housings that incorporate the brake discs, the brake pads and brake calipers that all work together to help stop the car. It's underneath this drum where teams have their own unique solutions and a bid to resolve some conflicting elements when it comes to dealing with brake and tyre temperatures. With the help of moving airflow that arrives through ducts that's situated on the inside of the wheel housing, teams need to carefully ensure the brakes are warm enough to work properly so the carbon fibre elements are in their perfect operating window and not overcooled. However, teams then need to get the surrounding heat created by the friction between the pad and the disc when in use, which can get somewhere between 600 to 800 degrees centigrade, quickly expelled out of the back. If the air is not removed, then the extra heat will have an impact in warming up the drum and the wheel rim that sits on top of it, and that has consequences for tyre temperature management. Many teams actually make use of a double basket arrangement, where there is an inner basket that helps channel the hot air out the back of the drum. Here, for example, we can see Red Bull's version. The idea is that it then acts as an insulating layer to stop heat reaching the outer drum, with cool air lying between the two drums, keeping a lid on it. any excess heat reaching the outer surface and the tyres. The key element that teams are therefore chasing in this area is maximising the use of the airflow that's allowed to enter the brake ducts so that they can achieve the best cooling for the brakes, but also ensure there's that buffer of cool air. Sitting below the outer drum. As Alpine's technical director of chassis David Sanchez remarked recently about what teams are chasing, you basically want to use the minimum amount of air to cool the brakes and as much as possible to cool the rest. And let's not forget that teams' brake designs are different for the front and rear of the car. At the rear it's all about minimising the temperature leak to the tyres, whereas at the front teams are more open to get some heat through the tyres there because that can help with warm-up, which can be especially crucial for qualifying laps. Teams have very different philosophies when it comes to how they think they can best isolate the heat being thrown off from the brake discs. They want to get out the back of the car and not heat up the wheel rims, which then as a consequence warms up the tyres. But a closer look at the rear solutions in all the teams points to McLaren perhaps being most intricate in terms of how it's doing that. While other squads have aimed to help with cooling the brake discs or calipers by keeping elements exposed, McLaren appears to have enclosed them quite aggressively, most likely using ceramic lined carbon fibre to help in this. Going so tight with the shroudings around the disc and caliper shows a fair degree of confidence from the team in being able to control the temperatures within them so they do not suffer thermal runaway. Based on the images we've seen, its efforts to help control the temperature in this area are helped by it creating some intricate flow channels from the brake ducts to deliver the cooling effect it is after. Some of these are inside the carbon fibre elements that can be seen. And while we cannot be totally sure about how these are configured, we can give an informed guess about what's happening. A flow, indicated in yellow here, appears to be feeding air to the inner side of the brake disc, where there may also be some form of sensor that's out of sight. Then shown in light blue here is a channel that seems to feed air to the low slung caliper. Above that, and shown in dark blue, is ducting that looks to be feeding air to the outer side of the brake disc. But then surrounding all of this, which will later be encased in the brake drum, is another layer of cool air being fed in via a separate channel. This can be seen in green, and note how this envelopes everything to act as insulation. The cool air for this comes from a vent that appears to have been expanded for this season, based on a comparison image with McLaren's 2024 design. This circulating layer of cool air will minimise any heat transfer between the disc and caliper housings and the wheel rim itself. Adding on top of all the detailed engineering work in terms of directing the airflow that comes in is also a solid concept in how the air exits. A close-up of the exit duct highlights how McLaren is meticulous in its design here too, with there being bespoke channels with a design that is different to the opposition. After all, cooling is not just about trying to force more air into a system, it's also about creating a better low pressure exit to drag that cooling flow through it.
Did you know you can get 75% off a membership with us?
One other interesting aspect that appears to be unique with the McLaren is its use of a sensor that can be seen in purple here and has a silicon air pipe attached to it. While we cannot be sure what the sensor does, it's likely some form of pressure or flow sensor that could be measuring the outer airflow that's acting as the insulator to ensure that temperatures are being kept under control. It will ensure that the pressure is correct and that hot air is getting pushed out the back of the brakes and not staying inside it any longer than necessary. Likely used in practice, this is the sensor that the squad has access to from the outer drum through a hole that it then has to tape up during qualifying in the races. This is because while it can do what it wants in practice and make use of this sensor, to comply with regulations for the remainder of the weekend, the rules stipulate that for each drum there must be a continuous, around an arc of 360 degrees, and uniform aerodynamic seal. The exploitation of pressure within the drums is something that McLaren is known to have been forced to get on top of in the wake of the problems it faced early in the 2022 season as it hit brake problems at that year's Bahrain Grand Prix. Speaking at the time about what had happened, then technical director James Key said that the team messed up with his initial design because of a pressure imbalance in the system that had not been picked up in the design phase. This led to air pressure building up in the duct because the flow was not running through to the exit as hoped. And it even experienced a phenomenon of the airflow actually reversing, where hot air was being pulled back to the disc rather than away from it. McLaren had to get to work sorting out the phenomenon it had uncovered, and it may have been in curing these problems that its understanding of the dynamics at play inside the drum will have been well advanced. Indeed, its head scratching then may well have laid the groundwork for being so far in front of the opposition right now. An FIA all clear for its brake design and the scale of the Miami win showing that its early season potential remained intact, McLaren team boss Andrea Stella spoke openly after that race about how the squad had targeted improved tyre management specifically for its MCL39. He talked of the progress made and refinement to change the concept of its brake system has simply been the result of very good engineering. But it would be also wrong to say that McLaren's tyre advantage is all down to it having designed a braking system that provides better cooling than anyone else's, because there are other elements of the MCL39 that will also be playing their part. One of the best ways of not having the brakes get too hot is not to put too much heat into the system in the first place. That could mean using a little higher percentage of electrical retardation from the rear axle under braking than other teams. There are also mechanical aspects of the McLaren that will be playing their part in helping manage the rear tyre temperatures too. The high percentage of anti-dive and anti-lift suspension layout it uses, plus the lateral suspension geometry, is likely to give the rear tyres a more consistent contact patch. And by controlling its centre of gravity height better, it means that the car doesn't unload its rear tyre as much under braking. That also helps reduce tyre temperature by offering better traction. Add together all the detail that McLaren is doing on the brake cooling to the fact that because of its mechanical choices, it's not putting so much heat into its tyres, and everything snowballs. A more stable rear end means the tyre runs a lot cooler, and if you're not putting as much brake temperature into it, everything all just adds up. So on hot days like Miami, at a track where there are a lot of braking and traction zones, it's clear to see that whatever McLaren is doing is giving a decisive advantage over the opposition, and it's now up to the others to work out exactly what's been done if they are to have any hope of catching up.
Work hard is the ability to have multiple things to choose from and to use your time on the most appropriate thing. Like there are time periods where it's the best time for me to read a new research paper that I need to really be thinking, hard about it. Then there's a time that maybe I should just scan and organize my old notes because I'm just not on top of things. And then there's the time that, all right, let's go, bang out a few hundred lines of code for something. So switching between them has been real valuable.
So you'll always have kind of joy in your heart for all the things you're doing, and that is a kind of work-life balance as a first sort of step.
Yeah, I do.
So you're always happy.
I do.
Well,
and while
happy.
Yeah, I mean, that's like a lot of people would say that often I look like kind of a grim person, with just sitting there with a neutral expression or even like knitted brows and a frown on my face as I'm staring at something.
That's what
But
happiness looks like for you.
Yeah, it's kind of true where that's like, okay, I'm pushing through this. I'm making progress here. I am, I know that doesn't work for everyone. I know it doesn't work for most people. But what I am always trying to do in those cases is I don't want to let somebody that might be a person like that be told by someone else that no, don't even try that out as an option, where work-life balance versus kind of your life's work, where there's a small subset of the people that can be very happy being.
Okay. Okay, so I guess the total rotation would be as we said, like the line integral. I guess F is the can't even see. Yeah. So I guess we're basically summing doing something like this, I guess. That's insane, is it not? 30% fails. Well, this is final grid. This is curved upwards by... This is... it's opposite. He doesn't share it. Oh. So basically, you take this. This is like a free. You just need to. This looks a lot like this year's. Basically, you take this to boost up this, and then you still have this. Maybe not. 39, 7, 5, 24, 17. Holy shit.
All right, so welcome.
Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah, don't fucking compare these two subjects. Holy shit. Yeah, these are easy. What? What is this? Wait, do I have it already? Yes. Ooh, no. It'd be so fucking cool to get good at this. To like intuitively understand what all this shit does and mean. It feels so fucking powerful, you know? Like this stuff. Like people that understand this stuff well. Not only people that have like A on the test or B on the test. But people that understand it well. That remembers how it's done, what it means, can use it. Holy shit, that must be like 0.01% of the population, maybe. Like, what percentage of the US knows calculus 3?
So one of my math professors was trying to comfort us before a test, and he said, you guys know this material better than 99% of the world population, which naturally got me thinking if that was true. So using some very rough numbers, I tried to calculate it. I'm calculating the percentage of people in the world who know more math than multivariable calculus. Here's what I came up with. There are 7 billion people in the world. 65% of those people are over 20 years old. 81% of those people graduated from high school. 65.9% of those people have gone to college. And 20% of those people are majoring in something that requires higher level math classes. So 7, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0.65, 0.81, 0.659, 0.20 equals 485748900. Round up to 500 million and 500, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, slash 7, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0 gives about 7%. So these calculations give that if you have a higher than calculus math experience, you know more math than 93% of the world population. There are many problems with these calculations. All of these numbers are very rough, and I made some very broad assumptions. I assumed that everyone in the world over the age of 20 has had an equal opportunity for education. I also got 20% of college students taking higher math classes from simply looking at the largest couple of colleges in the USA and seeing how many math, engineering, physics majors there were compared to the total student body. This number could easily be off by quite a bit. If you guys have any suggestions to try and tighten up the numbers without pouring hours of research into it, I would be all ears.
Like, you just need to vibe with the meaning of stuff. Like, you know, this sums up the area, and you know this is a rotation. So you just take the rotational element of this area, right? So I wonder if you can like make stuff up. Like if you want the, what's a cool thing? I guess you can basically say like if you want to find the across a line of some function, if you want to find the divergence, like how much flows out through the line, I guess you actually can just say like we sum across the line the divergence, yes, or something like this. Maybe it would be more like something like that, maybe. I don't know. But I feel like that's just what math is now. You need to like vibe with it in a way, you know. You need to like feel. You need to understand it on that level before you can understand it deeply. Like this DS, you can think of it like what the fuck does that mean? Actually, just think of it as a patch on some surface, like nothing more, nothing less. Don't try to understand it, just feel it, you know. Oh, that's why. You basically take the property of the normal, right? A point, like where does that patch point to that patch? And then you get the information about the patch element, the patch vector. Okay. And then you can also get the size of the patch, apparently. Why? I don't know. I guess the N is the rotation, the DS is the size. Okay. Does this make sense now? You're basically saying you're taking the velocity and you divide it by the length of the velocity, which means you only have a direction. DRDT. So this is the... What the fuck does this give time? feel like T. 6 times 1%, and then we say that 11 then we say that, you know what, B students, they master it. %. This is the amount of people that master vector calculus in I guess we say 1%. I guess we say 2%. So this relating to 5s6 would be 0.7% of the population. Still seems a bit high though, really. Okay. We have tokens left. Did it manage to solve it? This truly is the Stokes theorem, bro. No, it's 3 variables. You find rotation. Why? What is this normal thing doing here? Why? Why? Okay, we have this thing. The t. What the fuck is a t? We're taking the line integral of could t be a tangent? The tangent to the vector field. And it's normal. Okay, we define like a surface element. I guess the surface element is just that is equal to 0, right? This is a function for the surface. I guess we're only looking at one surface, maybe. Som den flata. Okay, so we have a function for the plane. And we have a function for f. And it's a normal out of the plane. We don't have. If we say that t is the normal, no, that I guess we can sort of say that this is what we're looking for here. This will basically give us t, I think. But DS, what would DS be? I don't know. I don't know. Oh, I don't see it. DS is the line. Segment times some normal? Tangent normal? Normal tangent. So if you have a segment, an area, piece. This is a line. No, it's an area. And then you multiply it by its direction. I guess that is dr, no? I guess. Maybe. I feel like most of them are using the other one. Maybe it's difficult to represent this. Okay, let's learn how to find a normal, I guess. The normal 0, 1, 0. No fucking way, they changed the coordinates. Damn. What? Oh, that's why. I just confused them. Okay. Okay. Let's update this. Okay, no, that's not too bad. Okay, so find the normal curl of the E. How could I have gotten that? Straightforward for the rest, right? About, yeah. Okay. The E part I need to understand though. Maybe it's not too bad. Because, right, we're saying this is S, right? So that's wrong. We're saying that S is this. How the fuck will you gather that? S-orientert med jaksen oppover. Jaksen nederst. Okay, so this is y equal to 0. Damn, I don't really see it, right? Okay, so we're saying maybe if we say that y is 0, so we have some lunch. Holy shit, this is gonna be difficult as fuck. Damn. Holy shit. How bad can it be, you know? How bad can it be? Okay. Damn, I have a headache. Bro, my fucking turd monster.
being obsessive about things. And, obsession can often get things done that just practical, prudent, pedestrian work won't, or at least won't for a very long time.
There's legends of your nutritional intake in the early days. What can you say about sort of as a, being a programmer as a kind of athlete? So what was the nutrition that fueled?
So I have never been that great on really paying attention to it, where I'm good enough that I don't eat a lot. I've never been like a big heavy guy, but it was interesting where one of the things that I can remember being an unhappy teenager, not having enough money, and like one of the things that bothered me about not having enough money is I couldn't buy pizza whenever I wanted to.
Yeah.
So I got rich, and then I bought a whole lot of pizza.
So that was the defining, like that's what being rich felt
there was
like. Is you
a
could
lot of
buy
the little
pizza.
things, like I could buy all the pizza and comic books and video games that I wanted to, and it really didn't take that much, but the pizza was one of those things, and it's absolutely true that for a long time at id Software, I had a pizza delivered every single day. The delivery guy knew me by name, and I didn't find out until years later that apparently I was such a good customer that they just never raised the price on me, and I was using this 6-year-old price for the pizzas that they were still kind of sending my way every day.
So you were doing eating once a day? Or were you...
It would be spread out. You have a few pieces of pizza, you have some more later on, and I'd maybe have something at home. It was one of the nice things at Facebook Meta is they feed you quite well. You get a different, I guess now it's DoorDash sorts of things delivered, but they take care of making sure that everybody does get well fed. I probably had better food those 6 years that I was working in the Meta office there than I used to before. But it's worked out okay for me. My health has always been good. I get a pretty good amount of exercise, and I don't eat to excess, and I avoid a lot of other kind of not so good for you things. So I'm still doing quite well at my age.
Did you have a kind of, I don't know, spiritual experience with food or coffee or any of that kind of stuff? I mean, the programming experience, with music or like I listen to brown noise on a program, or like creating an environment and the things you take into your body, just everything you construct can become a kind of ritual that empowers the whole process of the program. Did you have that relationship with pizza, or
it would really be with Diet Coke? I mean, there still is that sense of, drop the can down, crack open the can of Diet Coke. All right, now I mean business. We're getting to work here.
Still to this day,
yeah,
is Diet Coke still part of it?
Yeah, probably 8 or 9 a day.
Nice. Okay. What about your setup? How many screens? What kind of keyboard? Is there something interesting? What kind of IDE? Emacs Vim or something modern? Linux? What operating system? Laptop? Or any interesting thing that brings you joy?
So I kind of migrated cultures where early on through all of game dev, there was sort of one culture there, which was really quite distinct from the more the Silicon Valley venture, culture for things. They're different groups, and they have pretty different mores in the way they think about things. And I still do think a lot of the big companies can learn things from the hardcore game development side of things, where it still boggles my mind how hostile to debuggers and IDEs that so much of the kind of big money, get billions of dollars, Silicon Valley venture-backed funds are.
Oh, that's interesting. Sorry, so you're saying like big companies like Google and Meta are hostile to...
They are not big on debuggers and IDEs. Like, so much of it is like Emacs Vim for things, and we just assume that debuggers don't work most of the time for the systems, and a lot of this comes from a sort of Linux bias on a lot of things, where I did come up through the personal computers, and then the DOS, and then Windows, and it was Borland tools, and then Visual Studio, and...
Do you appreciate debuggers?
Very much so. I mean, a debugger is how you get a view into a system that's too complicated to understand. I mean, anybody that thinks just read the code and think about it, that's an insane statement. You can't even read all the code on a big system. You have to do experiments on the system. And doing that by adding log statements, recompiling, and rerunning it is an incredibly inefficient way of doing it. I mean, yes, you can always get things done, even if you're working with stone knives and bear skins. That is the mark of a good programmer, is that given any tools, you will figure out a way to get it done. But it's amazing what you can do with sometimes much, much better tools, where instead of just going through this iterative compile, run, debug cycle, you have the old Lisp direction of like you've got a REPL and you're working interactively and doing amazing things there. But in many cases, a debugger as a very powerful user interface that can stop, examine all the different things in your program, set all of these different breakpoints. And of course, you can do that with GDB or whatever there, but this is one of the user interface fundamental principles where when something is complicated to do, you won't use it very often. There's people that will break out GDB when they're at their wits' end and they just have beat their head against a problem for so long. But for somebody that kind of grew up in game dev, it's like they were running it in the debugger anyways before they even knew there was a problem. And you would just stop and see, what was happening. And sometimes you could fix things even before even before you did one compile cycle. You could be in the debugger and you could say, well, I'm just going to change this right here. And yep, that did the job, and fix it and go on.
And for people who don't know, GDB is a sort of popular, I guess, Linux debugger, primarily for C++.
They handle most of the languages, but it's it's based on C as the original kind of Unix heritage.
And it's kind of like command line. It's not user friendly. It doesn't allow for clean visualizations. And you're exactly right. So you're using this kind of debugger usually when you're at wit's end and there's a problem that you can't figure out why by just looking at the codes if you find it. That's how I guess normal programmers use it. But you're saying there should be tools that kind of visualize and help you as part of the programming process, just a normal programming process to understand the code deeper.
Yeah, when I'm working on like my C++ code, I'm always running it from the debugger. Just I type in the code, I run it. Many times the first thing I do after writing code is set a breakpoint and step through the function. Now, other people will say it's like, oh, I do that in my head. Well, your head is a faulty interpreter of all those things there, and I've written brand new code. I want to step in there and I'm going to single step through that, examine lots of things and see if it's actually doing what I expected it to.
It is a kind of companion debugger. Like you're now coding in an interactive way with another being. The debugger is a kind of dumb being, but it's a reliable being. That is an interesting question of what role does AI play in that kind of...
All right, this is it. Your official first look at and hands-on with the Samsung Galaxy S25 Edge, Samsung's ridiculously thin addition to the S25 lineup. So this is delayed a bit, and the rest of the lineup has been out for a while since earlier this year, but I just know somewhere out there was somebody who was waiting for the thinnest possible version of an S25. Just the minimum Z-axis dimension. This person totally exists. And good news for this person, it does actually seem to be a pretty good phone for as thin as it is, if you're into that. So what I was really wondering about this phone when it was first revealed or teased was, how are they going to position this? Is this going to be some ultra high-end phone where they make a huge deal and hype up how thin it is and they broke physics to make this possible? And it turns out the answer, which kind of makes sense, is it's right between the base S25 and S25 Plus and the S25 Ultra. So the theoretical...
I'm going to go and buy some diet soda. I should probably not have more Monster caffeine. So I will pack that away.
customer for this phone is making like a half step up from the base phone, but not going all the way to the Ultra. So you can think of this S25 Edge here as basically an S25 Ultra Lite, if that makes sense. It still has the titanium rails from the Ultra phone. It's in one of 3 stunningly...
The idea, right, is I've got this kind of animated SVG thing I'm working on. I have another video about it if you're curious. And what I'm doing currently is I have all the... Let me pull it up. I have these image tags and I'm importing the name dynamically, which is not the way to do it. What I want them hard-coded as strings in this drive. So that's going to involve getting the name and getting the file contents. You could probably do this with a bash script. Actually, I know you could. And someone will show you. This is a loud country. Someone could show you, like, in the comments how to do that, but I'm going to do it with a Vim macro. So first of all, yank inside that. Paste it right there. Oh, I should have yanked around. I don't know what I'm doing. So we've got that as kind of a jumping off point. I'm going to paste it 9 times. The reason for that is I know that there are 10 blocks, because I exported them myself. Now, select the bottom, G, Control A. That'll increment the numbers. You can see it'll go up to 10 now. And we go 0, 2, 0 out, and now let's start the macro. UW, always 0 inside the macro. Little pro tip for you. Now I'm going to go into insert mode, and then open up one of these objects, name, and now let's do something kind of weird. I'm actually going to visual split, and now I'm going to use GF to open this file, and now we've got the content of this file. And I want to copy it, but I don't want like this hideous multi-line thing. I want this on one line. So what I can do is capital J, that won't do it. I need to select the whole thing, so I won't do that. I'll just veer on paragraph, capital J. And there we go. I think I could do like J in a motion, but I guess not. And then 0, and then let's yank that. Okay, and then we've got that on one line, copied, and now to close this, we can do buffer delete. Can't use Q because that'll stop recording the macro. And now all we have to do is comma, one of those, paste the contents, close that, close the object, and now let's close that. And you can actually run a macro by selecting and then hitting capital Q. That'll run the last recorded macro on every selected line. Block 2, that's weird, doesn't make a change, but looks like that worked. Now all I have to do is delete, paste this in there, and then just join a couple times to make that match. Equals out, and there we go. Oh, I forgot real quick to do the SVG part of it, but that's an easy fix. I can do norm, F, that, I, SVG, colon, space, boom, and we're all good. Yeah, thanks for watching.
Everyone thought you had to suffer more to run faster, but in the early 2000s, a Norwegian named Marius Bakken found a smarter way to train, something that now has created world records, Olympic medals, and what many consider the most effective distance running system ever created. So what did Marius discover that made the Norwegians unbeatable? In this video, I'll show you the 5-step system he developed that Norwegian athletes have used to break world records, and I'm going to show you a full week of training if you want to take advantage of this system yourself. My name is Nicholas, I'm a sports scientist, physiotherapist, and former professional triathlete. To understand what the Norwegians figured out, we first have to start with a molecule that's misunderstood by most runners, lactate. Now, think of lactate as a byproduct that your body creates more and more of the harder you train, and at some point, as your pace increases, the lactate in your blood rises. This first point is called your aerobic threshold, or LT1. While it varies between runners, it's usually around 2 millimolar. You're still in control here. You could basically go for hours, but then things start to shift. You go harder, and suddenly the lactate in your blood spikes like this. That's called the anaerobic threshold, or LT2. This is typically around 4 millimolar, and this is when things start to burn. And those 2 points, LT1 and LT2, divide our training into 3 different zones. Zone 1 under LT1, which is our easy pace. Zone 2, which is between LT1 and LT2, which is this controlled discomfort. And zone 3, which is above LT2, and that is just full suffering. Now, here's what changed everything. The Norwegians started measuring lactate during their training and not just in lab tests. And Marius Bakken found a sweet spot in zone 2. And if he planned his training the right way, he could run faster or recover quickly. He was stacking high-quality sessions, staying underneath that line and avoiding injuries. And so he could train more. This discovery laid the foundation of what we now call the Norwegian method. And in a recent scientific paper, Marius and his colleagues shares exactly how it works. So let me walk you through the 5-step system that's producing world records and Olympic medals. Step number 1 is the foundation. The base of it all is simple: high volume, low intensity training. This is zone 1, so below LT1, basically easy aerobic work. Runners following the system usually run about 150 to 180 kilometers per week, but most of it is easy. But it's not junk miles. This easy running builds capillaries, grows mitochondria, and gives you the endurance to support the intense work later. Think of it like pouring concrete before building a house. No concrete, no performance. Step number 2 is the heart of the Norwegian method, and basically it's what's made it famous. It's called lactate-guided threshold intervals. These are zone 2 workouts, targeting a blood lactate concentration of 2 to 4.5 millimolar, right between LT1 and LT2. So they train not based on pace, not based on feel, not based on heart rate, but based on blood. They prick their fingers during training every 1 to 3 reps to keep it precise. If lactate creeps above 4.5, they slow down. If it goes below 2.0, they pick it up. And then there are some minor differences between sessions, but for now we'll just keep it simple. So why are they so specific? Because this is a metabolic edge. You can still go fast and stimulate adaptation, but you can also recover fast enough to do it again later in the same day. So this is the truly clever part. They do double threshold days. In the morning, they might do longer reps like 5 times 2 kilometers or 6 by 6 minutes at controlled threshold pace. And then in the evening, they might do shorter, faster reps like 25 times 400 meters or 10 times 1 kilometer, still within threshold lactate, but at higher speeds and more neuromuscular demand. They rotate the formats, sometimes continuous blocks, sometimes intervals with short rest, but always keeping lactate under control. And they do this twice per week, so 3 to 4 threshold sessions per week. And then they have full recovery days or easy runs in between. This is how they stack volume, intensity, and precision, all without burning out. But that brings us to a misconception about the Norwegian method, because most people think they never go above threshold. But according to the paper, they actually do. Once a week, they push past that threshold. This is a VO2 max or sprint session, running in zone 3. Or if you use a 5-zone model, then zone 4 and zone 5. It could be something like 20 times 200 meters hill sprints or short intervals at 3K pace. The goal here isn't threshold, it's power. These sessions are designed to stimulate central adaptations like stroke volume and oxygen delivery. They're the icing on the cake. But here's the key: only once per week. Any more and it compromises the rest of the system. But that brings us to step number 4. Even though they run a lot of volume, they don't just train hard, they recover hard too. The Norwegians use a hard day, easy day rhythm. Some days they'll do 2 threshold sessions in the morning and the evening, but the day after that, it's just easy running or complete rest. This rhythm allows them to recover while still hitting high total volume. And when race season comes around, the system shifts. Then they do fewer threshold sessions and more work at race pace. They move from what's called a pyramidal structure, where they do mostly easy running and then a lot of threshold and then just a bit of VO2 max work or very hard intervals, over to a polarized model where they do mostly easy runs and then not a lot in the middle and more hard runs. It's smart periodization, changing the focus as we get closer to race while keeping the system intact. Finally, the edge the Norwegians have is data. They don't guess, they test, they adjust, and they retest. Lactate lactate, heart rate, perceived effort, they track everything. So they know exactly when to push and when to back off. And this lets them individualize their training to each and every runner, minute by minute, session by session. But there's one more thing they do that makes this system even more strategic: altitude training. You see, they don't just train hard or smart, they also train at the right altitude at the right time. Typically, they'll spend blocks of their season at moderate altitude, around 1800 to
Israelis don't want this. This isn't the first poll that said this, by the way. Like, they're fed up. Cast led the executive force, which is basically like an overlapping of soldiers and internal government security forces that were tasked once to disarm all the other opposition factions after the Hamas takeover in 07. They have been brought back. They've taken 5,000 people in their words, restore law and order and to deal with thieves, traitors, and collaborators. Yeah, so they're tasked with restoring order and stability, acting against gangs of thieves and collaborators with Israel. By collaborators, at least some of those do mean the protesters. They've already been murdering protesters in Gaza for opposing them. There are curfews in place now as well, so. Okay, drama. Shut up. Now I have your attention. Hey, we've had some situational updates, and they're pretty
So
grave.
this was
They're pretty
my
grave.
first
The IDF, along with the Israeli cabinet, have approved an expanded offensive into Gaza. It's going to happen probably within the month, before the end of May. It came from a large selection of IDF proposals because there have been lots and lots of arguments between the chief of staff and cabinet members, mostly people like Ben-Gvir, Smotrich. Netanyahu's position, I think, has been not entirely clear, but it's clear now because the cabinet's gone with one. And they went with one of the IDF proposals, which involves a pretty grave warning from the IDF chief of staff. The plan that was presented by the military that got approval involved a warning from the IDF chief of staff that says this is a full-scale maneuver and we won't necessarily reach the hostages with it. There's a warning from the chief of staff that this plan could result in Israel losing the hostages. So in terms of the discrepancy between shall we destroy Hamas or prioritize the hostages, it seems like they've chosen to risk, potentially even sacrifice the hostages to take out Hamas for good. And they've also pretty much completely changed the military doctrine that's going to go into this next part. So the word that came up in Hebrew was kibush, which I think that's how you pronounce it, which basically means occupation. They're going to occupy all of Gaza. They have said there's no word permanent in there, but what they have said is that the buffer zone is permanent. So already that buffer zone that they've extended from the north all the way down to the side and surrounding it. So every 3 sides of Gaza, barring the sea, is going to be a buffer zone. It's like 30 to 40% of the entire strip. It includes Rafah. So if they're saying that the occupation of everything inside there is not going to be permanent, well, the problem is that there's no indication that they want to do anything beyond that. So it's about as permanent as you can be because you don't know what's going to follow. And it doesn't seem like they do either. So they've said that they're going to implement this offensive. They've already called up tens of thousands of reservists. It's going to be like many tens of thousands of reservists because to occupy all of Gaza is going to take people. Reservists are also going to be spread across Lebanon and parts of Syria and the West Bank as well. But this has been very markedly different from what they've been doing all the way up until now because before now, what they've mainly been strategizing is to present themselves as learning from America's failures in Afghanistan. So before now, they were very against the idea of what's called clear and hold, for the most part. Clear and hold is when you clear an area of militants and threats, and then you dispatch a garrison to that area to try and control it. The problem is that when America did that all over Afghanistan, and the Taliban was able to recover, it meant that there were targets, very sparse targets, that were not very well equipped because they were spread thin, and that just meant that there were sitting ducks everywhere. Like there were targets everywhere. So which is why the places that they've been holding up until now have been like the Netzarim corridor, and these kind of like places to separate the north from the south and all that. This has been going back to pre-2005. It seems to be so far. The buffer zone they've just said is permanent, so that's 40% of Gaza permanent. The only person to vote against this plan was Ben-Gvir. He's the only one who was against it, and you'll see why. But Rafah will be part of this buffer zone that will be held permanently. They want to turn Rafah into what they call a sterile zone. And the point of a sterile zone, sorry, before we get to that, the reason they haven't been doing clear and hold up until now, they've said, is because of that thing of leaving too many targets. But now it seems that they decided that they actually have Hamas degraded to a point that they can just go and occupy Khan Yunis, they can occupy like Gaza City. So they're quite confident they can do all of it now, but it's going to take an obscene amount of manpower because the last time they occupied Gaza, there was no Hamas there was no government structure there wasn't any 500 kilometers of tunnels, there was nothing like that, nothing. And that's not even to mention the amount of manpower you need to permanently hold. So in terms of aid, which is the second question, the situation in Gaza is like it's really, really dire. We are over 60 days now. We're past 60 days that there's been no aid going to Gaza. Now the justification they use for this is that there were about 650 food trucks a day going into Gaza during the ceasefire when they were exchanging hostages and prisoners. But with the IDF believing that still there are at least a couple of weeks left of aid in Gaza to keep the population going, people in Gaza are starting to warn very different. The UN have already said that they have run out of their last stockpiles. They've emptied their last stock, and that means they've only got a few days left of aid from the World Food Programme to distribute. So that's the UN done. Obviously, the UN is not the only people who hold aid. Hamas have been accused, I don't really know how strong the evidence is yet, but Hamas have been accused of stockpiling the aid to themselves. And if that is them, or if it's not just gangs or anyone else, then people have been inflating the prices of everything. So food prices in Gaza are 740% higher now than they were during the ceasefire. They're over 7 times higher. For a population that's spent the last year and a bit not really having, shall we say, employment opportunities of that kind. We know that from UN data, so media office have their own figures, I'm just going to go with UN data because that's controversial. From the UN, they've said in mid-April alone, first 2 weeks of April, there were 64 children diagnosed with severe acute malnutrition, 600 or so with moderate, and across the whole month, like with the umbrella of just acute malnutrition in general, there were about 2,000 in February. In March, there were 3,700. So acute malnutrition is going up quite rapidly. I believe a few people have, I think maybe 5 or so have starved to death already. When you know the difference between like acute malnutrition and severe acute malnutrition basically means like you are permanently damaged. Like you're going to have some kind of like cognitive impairment. Your body can't heal if there are any wounds, which means you're very susceptible to infection. You're going to get like severe diarrhea, which is a big chance of you. Your respiratory muscles are in a mess as well, which means that like you can't cough properly, which means you have a big chance of infections building up in the throat. You can get hypothermia quite easily. You can get pneumonia. You can get sepsis. It's pretty like malnutrition is horrible, especially when it's like past the stage of severe. So that's already happening to hundreds of people. Like potentially, and this is mid-April. The other things gone worse in late April. You're easily probably over 1,000 now, like maybe 2 or 3, and that's just for the like severe ones, let alone like regular acute malnutrition. And the problem is that the aid is not getting resumed right away. And the other problem is that the plan that they've got for putting aid in is not conventional. It's not conventional in the slightest. And people have already made warnings about it. So this is Israel Katz. No, this is Israel Katz. Israel Katz and the IDF chief of staff, who seems to be a lot more normal than the rest of this government, have said that they only have a few weeks. They only have a few weeks before aid can go in before they're going to have like a full-on humanitarian catastrophe. They said this in April 16th. That's over 2 weeks ago. And this government is saying now that they're not going to do this offensive and they're not going to actually implement this aid program until Trump's visit to Israel. Trump's visit isn't until the 22nd. So go figure. In mid-April, they say you've got a few weeks. And then the government says that we're going to say a few weeks. 2 months later, so you've got a month. It's over a month since they said that we only have like a matter of weeks. So that's how close to the edge of a full-on like widespread humanitarian crisis that they're willing to gamble with. And we've already seen videos of like people walking around Gaza looking for food in the shops and everything. It's like there's some like ketchup and stuff like that on the shelves. There's like a lot of people are already reporting that they're down to like 1 meal a day. Some people on the Israeli right are banking on this from the High Court, which says that Israel isn't even close to starving Gazan civilians. Comes out on the 30th of March. You know, as well, all this coming from Times articles. This is all from like people who talk to the government and they talk to the military. Like this really needs to go beyond the Israeli media to find all this. Problem with this High Court hearing is it's not referring to post-ceasefire. People are banking on this finding, even though it's to do with last year, which is true. There wasn't an IPC declared famine last year. The IPC overestimated like, almost every time what stage of humanitarian crisis they were actually going to be in. But this isn't to do with post-February March. But people are holding on to this to say that the situation right now is still fine. It's not fine at all. Like if they do everything according to what they're saying from the IDF, it basically just means that the government has approved to let aid back in within a matter of maybe like a week or two at most of them just going into a full like irreparable humanitarian crisis. Because if a famine starts or even like a severe malnutrition epidemic starts and becomes widespread, you're not reversing that. Like you need intensive medical care to reverse the effects of severe malnutrition. And if you get to the point of famine, well, that's also like even harder to reverse because people are already dying in the hundreds or the thousands. So that seems to be how close they're willing to go before they put aid back in. Which didn't even mention the many flaws with the aid plan itself. The Security Cabinet authorized this renewed aid plan after weeks of warning from the IDF chief of staff. He's been talking about this for at least a month now. And this proposal seems to have been them just like coming up with things that the government finds acceptable. Because the government keeps saying we can't let Hamas get aid, we can't let them do it. And the problem is that the way things are going so far is that Hamas are the administrative body in Gaza. They're the ones who provide law and order, which also means they're the ones who would be distributing aid. Because if you're not clearing holding, if you're just clearing, then the places where people are in need aid are run by Hamas. So to say that Hamas can't get aid, it's kind of like saying that like, who gets it then? How's it distributed? How's law and order ensured? How's it make sure that people don't steal it? So now we have to come up with this whole plan that says that this is how we're going to get aid in, but it's not going to go to Hamas. And the plan that they have is that they want to turn Rafah in particular into what they call a sterile zone, which means rather than what they used to call safe zones or humanitarian zones, this is actually going to be a like an actual by IDF policy like a safe zone. The other ones, all the ones before like Al-Mawasi or the go here, like these are what we call like evacuation zones and humanitarian zones. This is what they call a safe zone, which means it's going to be run by the IDF. It's going to be like an IDF perimeter, and there will be by their policy no Hamas there. Like so, we're going to have people going in there. It's going to be a screening process. We're going to have a screening process, and then people are going to come in, and there's going to be a combination of aid organizations, the UN, and then there's going to be private security contractors. Some of them are American, and that
still, yeah,
sort of. I've always been a bit frustrated with Apple, and I've always found their hardware designs to be pretty compelling, right? But to me, the software was always way too locked down. So yeah, back in 2011, when I was in elementary school and 11 years old, I imported this from China off of Taobao, which is like and as no more notch, which I was never really a fan of. So I switched this phone after I found it on Mercari for $400. Before this, I was using an SE2, and yeah, it's been a pretty great phone for me. And I also got it because me and my friend Eric are launching a social media company, Dogo, and I wanted to see how it felt on a modern phone. But yeah, we're actually sending it to the first 100 beta users.
Send to that later. Good luck, good luck. Pogacar style.
Today, so pretty
Stopping into anymore. Oh.
Excited. So on my home screen right here is a widget. This is actually a cheap alternative to this widget. This one is called Pretty Progress, and it's like $8 a month or something like that. I just made this myself in this app called Scriptable, and if you guys want this stuff, it'll be in the description down below. I also made these in Scriptable as well. So I use this thing called Emacs Ornament to track my habits, and the problem with Emacs Ornament is that it's designed for desktop, so it's kind of difficult to see my habits over time. And yeah, so the red dots are days that I finished, and I've been kind of trolling recently. I haven't released this one to the public yet because it's still kind of buggy.
Two mics 4x4. Dang.
And I don't really have it all the way here yet. I think I'm going to combine it. The one at the bottom right here is called Peak. Eric actually showed me this. It lets you show data from your Apple Health. So I have my smart scale and my Garmin connected to my Apple Health, so this just displays that data. Yeah, someone in my comments actually showed me this tip. Shout out to this guy right here. But basically, it makes sense to not have your app tray one swipe away from the home screen and have it kind of far out. So you can just like habitually scroll to the right when you're bored. So I use like Anki like every day. It's like a really good SRS app. I'm sure most of you have heard it at this point if you've been on this channel. But yeah, I'm not really a fan of the iOS version personally, and it's like $25. I know everybody likes it. But I like the Android and the desktop version a lot better. Those are free. As far as apps are concerned on my phone is set up to be super utilitarian, so it's like really boring. I just have like my communication tools on here, which are like pretty bog standard, communication apps. And yeah, like my utilities are all super boring. Like I said, Anki is like a pretty good app. Preply is really fun for just like taking like casual Japanese lessons, or just anything, any language. HelloTalk is a really fun social media for like connecting with internet.
This guy got fixes them share. Bakgrunnen.
Language learners, and yeah, I was doing like HelloTalk a lot while I was in Asia. I haven't really opened it in a while. This app I actually use all the time. This one is called Book Player. If you
I don't know that.
audiobooks, this one's really good because you can just like airdrop audiobooks to your phone and it acts like Audible.
Oh, here. Oh.
Yeah, not saying that I pirate audiobooks or anything, but I recently deleted all of them because I finished all of them. But yeah, I've been reading this book. It's okay. You'll have to read the review on Dogo. These are all like my productivity apps. It's like nothing special. I thought this video would be more interesting.
App rating. I don't know.
I use this thing called Monarch to track my finances, and it's like considered an S-tier budgeting app. And I thought it's been like, okay, you can connect all your banking accounts and your credit cards and stuff, and it's kind of like a dashboard, and you can like create budgets, and you'll know when it's like overdue. It's like $100 a year, I think. And I tried this and Copilot, and I wasn't like too big of a fan. I think I'll end up making my own at some point once this expires. But you like Copilot, right? Yeah. Eric likes Copilot. I'm using Monarch. I'm not a big fan of Monarch, so let me try Copilot. I also have like the Discover app. I really don't recommend the Discover credit card. This is like a beginner credit card when I was in college. There's like other better options, right? If you guys have an Apple Watch, you should really consider checking out this app called Athletic. It's pretty much like a Whoop for your Apple Watch, so it gives you all those like algorithms for like the strain and the recovery. And yeah, Whoop is like $27 a month, and this one is $4 a month. And like even if the algorithms are not as good, $4 a month is pretty hard to beat. So I'm not on the Apple Watch, but when I was using the Apple Watch, I also use it with this app called Autosleep, which automatically traps your sleep for the Apple Watch, because for some reason when I had it, it did not do that automatically. This app is called Sync Train, so I use Emacs Order to do all my to-dos, and this app is basically a sync thing port for iPhone. Up until now, all the sync thing ports have been really bad, but Sync Train has been quite good. This one is a test flight app, but yeah, I basically just sync all my org files, and I currently don't have a way to view the org files, so I just view them as raw text files. But I was messing with this app called Borg to try to open them, but I haven't been like very successful with it. I don't know if it's like an IQ thing, but I just haven't been able to open my org file.
Kreatin starting to fuck with my digestion. Nei. Nei, det tror jeg ikke. What? Jeg tror du bare overtenker, ass. Det er sikkert noe annet som gjør det. Jeg vet ikke om det er my ass. Kreatin symptoms, I guess.
Files in Borg. So yeah, skill issue, I guess. I don't really have too many special apps on my phone, which is kind of intentional, and my phone is always in do not disturb mode pretty much, and I also have the action button set to monochrome. So I made it like color for this video, but it's mainly monochrome. My display is pretty much always in 60 Hz. It's yours as well. Yeah, so if you're using 120 Hz, I'd recommend just putting it to
Comes from starting a creatine. Jeg tror ikke det er kreatin, ass. Sorry. Må si det. Det er nok noe annet, sorry. Det er ikke mer den hvite monsteren som er grunnen. Eller hodet. Eller noe annet. Hallo. Det er bra. Severe diarrhea. I don't think so. Or does it say it there? Bro, I don't think you should be noticing anything if you're taking creatine, except for the drinking water part.
Hz and then turning off the always on display because it's like super addictive when it's so smooth. It feels like amazing. So I turned it off. I also had Eric disable the App Store in Safari, which is one of his tips, and it's been really good.
No. No, that's not true. I mean, you'll piss more, yes. But it should more or less be noticeable. It's probably something else.
It's just like a device when you don't have
low fiber or something. Idioter. Wait. Do you not take it with food? And how large are your doses? I guess. Okay, maybe.
Connection to the internet, I feel like it's kind of annoying sometimes, but it's been super worth it to make your phone way less addictive. So I realized I forgot to shoot an outro for this video, my bad. So I just gotta do it now. As always, I'm super appreciative and extremely thankful and blessed and just humbled to be in the position that I am, serving you guys. And yeah, I'm extremely proud of this community that we built here on the internet. It's our little corner of the internet. My life's been changing. My movie just came out. It premiered at South by Southwest, and that was a lot of fun. I met a lot of really interesting people, and yeah, I'm super excited for it. It's called Life Hack. For those of you guys interested, yeah, it's my feature film debut, and I thought it turned out amazing. I was actually really impressed. I've also been building this social media company app with my friend Eric for some time now, and I think it's been extremely. I've learned so much doing it. You know? There's like so much you learn in school, and then there's like your life, and your life is way different. And yeah, it's just been a lot of fun. It's been a big challenge, but we've really, I think, found a good vision with it. And yeah, I'm super excited.
Put three at the bottom. Trey, you have to put three at the bottom first. You put three at the bottom, then you attack the bottom one. Put the bottom one.
Take out the black.
If you use.
No, Train, you gotta take out the black. You gotta kill XQC. What are you doing? I get it. I have no time left. Do you understand? Okay, can you attack the rest of XQC's black at least so I can finish him off next turn? Yes. Oh,
Bro, it's writing in latex, what the fuck?
Yo, Bo, what, Bo? Start with you. There's 4 different women in CS with stickers. I forgot what her name is. Why the fuck do you know that, bro? This was a test. Why the fuck does this guy know that her name is Kimberly? That's right. Why do I know that it's right? Because, there's... Start with you.
Alright, I met Trey back in 2013.
$5 says you put this in the water.
What? Come on, you were talking on my backswing, dude. Did you say something? Did you move it?
5.
The internet struggled to drive a car. Is that a video? I'm gonna watch it now. Maybe not. It's 4chan. Alright, okay, look in. Where the fuck are we going? Wait, do we have a destination up there? How do you type? You're trying to visit the radio station and shut them out. Oh, we can skip. You skipped the song. Damn! Wait, this guy is rich as fuck. This is like probably $12,000 a month, no? Support, maybe that's total, I guess. Pogu. Cool. Is the radio station up here? Full strap. I love the C-modes. It's gonna add like 20 minutes on start out. Pag is not added. Oh no. Is a chat from Discord? I guess it's stream messages and then display it on a WebSocket. I would actually be able to make this, I think. Right. Delay check is probably shit. Seven seconds? Ah, that's not bad. I feel like I can make this. This map might be a bit annoying. The radio might be a bit annoying. I guess it could be simpler than it looks though. The shots I can make the femboys back. Is this highway 1? Damn, we're way north. I guess this is it then, maybe. Nope. Nope. Brunsvik. I don't think that's it now. Possible new home. Did we reach the raid? Oh, are we already out? Nah. Wait, we turned. Hard left or right? We did it. Let's go. Where are we going? How would one go back or what to go backwards? I guess it can't turn. Okay, we'll check in later. Cook wave. Okay. This feels tricky. Like trickery. Oh, mouse dead. Okay. Mouse back. Let's go. Mouse dead. Cause for no 1 hour break. Backing. Okay, so basically, I'm guessing we'll just pretend like it's continuous for this function. How's it 30-second delay? Oh no.